Boom! I can see myself. Can you all hear me? Can you see me? Am I alive? It's really hard to tell. Wow, there's over 100 people here. Just let me know in the comments if you can see me, if you can hear me. I think I'm live.
The journey begins.
I've got weird audio going on in the background here. Let's get that off. Oh, yeah, that was me. All right. Yeah. Whew. All right. Someone is saying I sound great. Thank God. Folks, I tested this whole thing like 113 times tonight. I've got new hardware. I've got a better internet connection, I think. I did some test live streams tonight. There might be some synchronization problems between the audio and the video. I have no control over that. I do have some nice new toys, though, for this. The New Year's Eve broadcast. Wow, I can't believe we're doing this again. Anyway, guys, check this out. This is my new mic. I thought the audio quality in the Christmas Eve live stream was bad. I watched the replay and it just sounded like I was underwater. I'm not sure why, but I took the audio load off of my phone for this. This is the Quad X by Hypercast, or HyperX by Quadcast. I've already forgotten. It sounds great. It looks great. It's totally my style. I would like to say I did due diligence in buying this thing. I only got it because it was the only one I could find at like a Target or something. Anyway, it sounds great. People are saying that the mic is good. Thank God. Yeah. Whew. I'm just happy to go live and have all the bugs finally worked out. Anyway, I am doing another long, beautiful live stream tonight, all the way until midnight. The countdown will be the coup de grace tonight, but I do have an agenda. I'll go over that real quick. I like to set a pace to this live stream, and I need your guys' help for a lot of the stuff going on tonight. I'm gonna make good use of this time. 8 p.m. go live. That's what I'm doing right now. I think 8:20. I have some news. 8:40. I will be doing another toast. Not eggnog. Listen, I like the eggnog. It's just really heavy, syrupy stuff. I wanted something very summery. I was looking for like margaritas in shots, but I couldn't find anything like that. So I got some little lemonade stuff. I'm also going to be cooking tonight. I didn't put that on the board. Not chestnuts. The chestnuts were great. I think they worked out great. They're a fun thing to cook. I'm going to be making my own guacamole tonight. I'm on the whole like summery tropical margaritas and guac theme. I got some chopped up vegetables and some avocado paste. Yeah, I'm not going to stand here and like mash avocados while we're broadcasting. But I got the raw ingredients. I'm going to throw this in a pan on my camping stove. I think the onions and the garlic and stuff just taste better when you saute it a little and mix something up, and I'll taste test that after we do the New Year's Eve countdown. Oh my God. Yeah, John, don't forget the onions. I won't forget the onions. I love onions. I eat those raw sometimes. I'm a huge onion fan. Who have we got so far? I saw 100 people waiting just before I went live, which is crazy to me. I thought it'd be like a ton of competition tonight. You got Anderson Cooper, and I don't know what they do on other channels. I'm sure there's a ton of live streams going on tonight. So thank you, all of you, for tuning in. 291 people. That is insane. Where are you all from? Susan Bachi from Dallas, Texas. Awesome. I don't know if I can go until midnight in Dallas, Texas. I think you're 2 time zones away. We've got, what else? Foxborough. A lot of people from Mass. Someone from Ontario. I think I saw someone from Pigeon Forge when I logged in here, popped in here about 10 minutes before I went live. I'm pretty sure I already told the Dolly Parton Dollywood story, so I won't do that again. You're probably the same person from the last live stream, are you? Who's the Pigeon Forge person? I think her name was Susan. Australia. Oh my God, Jamie, Australia. So it's already 2026 in Australia now, right? I'm guessing it's like afternoon in Australia right now. I don't really know. Or evening. What is that, 12 time zones? I don't know. The time zone thing just screws me up. I am based on Eastern time tonight. So, folks, I'm going to do the countdown at midnight Eastern time. I don't have like a timer or anything. I can watch my phone is still being used as the camera. So when my clock turns midnight, I will do my countdown. Might be out of sync with whatever you're doing at home, but you'll just have to follow along. That's the best I can do. People are saying the sound quality is much better. Is it? Thank God. This thing better be worth it. It was like 120 bucks. I don't like spending that kind of money when I have like free backups, but someone actually gave me like a $50 super chat towards this. Whoever you were, thank you so much. That helps big time. I might be doing these live streams more often, you know? I thought the Christmas Eve live stream would be a lot harder than it actually was. Actually, I kind of enjoyed the whole thing. The 4 hours went by much faster than I thought it would. Maybe because I'm like all alone here talking and stuff. This is my first time doing like a DJ, like a broadcast. So it was a new experience for me. I really liked it. Who else we got here? Long Island, New York. Awesome. I'm going to be doing a trip to New York and Pennsylvania, Ohio, and stuff next year. You guys are going to help me plan some sites for that. Ohio, formerly Massachusetts. Good on you, Muggsy. Yeah. Ohio's awesome. I love the Hocking Hills area. I love the area around Columbus. That's a really cool city. Short North, that was a cool neighborhood. Just Judy, you're the Pigeon Forge person. Yes, because you were there. You're actually from Montana, also an awesome place. Montana's one of those states where it has like the most beautiful place on the planet, surrounded by like 500 miles of barren wasteland. So it's a big state, but I love Montana. Kansas City. So there are 3 states. I've been to every state in the United States except Alaska. But there are 3 states that I shouldn't really say I've been there. I've just driven right through it, like in and out in a single day. So I kind of want to go back there. One of them is Mississippi. Thought about going back south for my 2026 road trip. Not going to do that. The second one is Kansas. I actually took the train through there, stopped in Kansas City one time, like stepped out for a minute to get a beverage. That's all the time I've spent in Kansas. And the third is Michigan. I popped in and out of Michigan in like 3 hours. Haven't explored the state at all. I'm going to explore the heck out of it in 2026. It's up on my board. So I hope we got a lot of people from Michigan or who just know the Michigan area, the whole Great Lakes Lakeshore. We got Cranberry Township, Pennsylvania. Where is that? Is that in the center of the state? Like the Tioga area? New Jersey from Utah. Oh, yeah. Another Utah person. That's mountain time, I think, right? Or is that West Coast time? From Worthington and Tewksbury, a lot of Massachusetts peeps. Someone from Florida, Weeki Wachi. Where in Florida is that? I'm very curious. I like Florida a lot. That was my road trip. Not this year, but last year. I actually picked up a bunch of new followers. And Florida, it's flat. A lot of people mock Florida around here. I don't know why. I just love going to a place where there is no cold like ever. Even now, I'm guessing it's like in the 50s, right? In Florida. And the alligators are just the cutest animals in the world. I love those things. They are so chill. Anyway, I'm yapping. I just want to go through the agenda one more time. So 9 p.m., that's when I'm going to plan my 2026 road trip. I'm going to start in the Thousand Islands region of New York State. Go down along, I think that's Lake Ontario right there. Then along the lakeshore in Pennsylvania, then Ohio. Then go up the east coast of Michigan all the way to the top and do like a big loop. I'm not going back into the Upper Peninsula. I'm not going to do Wisconsin. I did all that pretty extensively a couple of years ago. I'm going to come back down the west coast of Michigan, which for some reason is way less built up than the East Coast. I'm hoping you all have some good suggestions for that. We'll do another toast, 10 p.m. I put Q&A on the board because last time I did probably what I'm doing again right now, which is yapping about stories too much and not reading your all comments. put that up there to force myself. At 10 p.m., I'm just going to go through comments, questions, try to find them and respond to them as best I can. Someone ripped me in like the comment saying, you spent so much time telling your stories that you didn't like respond to all of our comments. So I'm sorry about that. It's easy to do, I guess, when I'm like on a spiel yapping, but I will do much better. Dunes in Michigan sounds nice. Great. Keep that in mind when I get to Michigan, which is going to be at 9:20. I want a whole ton of places in Michigan. Is the Dunes on the West Coast or the East Coast? That was NERN 8087. I'm curious, where are the dunes? I like dramatic landscapes, so that actually piques my interest right away. Oh, by the way, I turned something on called slow chat, which is supposed to slow the chat way down. Last time it was so fast, I just had like I was getting vertigo trying to read it and I could not keep up. I think this makes it so you can only post like every 30 seconds or something like that. Happy New Year 2026. Yeah, almost. I'm looking forward to 2026. I don't know about you all, but 2025 was like a transformative year for me. It was a really good year for me. 1 year ago, I was so miserable. It was our coldest winter in the Northeast in something like 35 years. I saw the CNN report about it. I was also really unhappy in my job, just kind of like touch bottom with that, trying to get out of that. Doing job interviews in like libraries and stuff, renting their office space. It was such a nightmare. I think I had like just under 5,000 YouTube followers. And I don't know what happened this year. Just like everything came together. I got a job offer like right when the year started. Took that. I love it. It's great. And people have just been like finding my YouTube. I have no idea how you all find my YouTube. But I've just like it's been growing. It's crazy. Like I even days when I don't post a video, I'm getting like 100 new followers. I'm really curious how you all find my YouTube. Matt, you're amazing. Thank you so much. I try. I try. I just record everything I do. That's my strategy for YouTube. I think I said this last time. I was originally going to make my YouTube about like visiting destinations and weird, obscure places and cemeteries and stuff. And then like once I got more comfortable with this filming, I'm like, I'm just going to film everything I do and whatever happens happens. I feel like it's more authentic that way. So, yeah, that's just how I do it. So, thank you for saying you guys like appreciate what I'm doing. That means a lot to me. That means a lot to me. Stumbled on your channel about 1 year ago. Me and my girlfriend watch you all the time. That's awesome, man. Thanks. I'm actually surprised how many people watch me on a television. It's like more than half of people. I thought most people watch YouTube on their phones like I do, but more than half of the people watch on TV. Where are the pretzels? I think I endorsed these last time. They are not a sponsor, but Unique Split Ends Extra Dark. These are the best pretzels on earth. I love these things. I just devour a bag. After I've had like my regular dinner, I just start grazing in this and like my eyes roll into the back of my head and I enter this like coma state. And I wake up in the morning, the bag is empty and it's gross, but it's so satisfying. So pretzels are in hand, plenty of water, Diet Pepsi, all of that stuff. Jordan the Eagle Horn, a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jordan. You asked, did you get your 3 Ps tonight? Hopefully this gets you a bag of pretzels. Yes, I did. I worked until 5 and then I whipped through. I did a little clean in here, went to the car wash, got the 3 Ps. I'm fully stacked on water, on paper towels, and on pretzels. So I'm all set. Vanlife really saves a lot of money, Fang Quans. It sure does. Hell yes. I think if you're living in a van, whereas you were like renting or mortgaging before, and you're not saving money, you're doing something very wrong. I think my living expenses right now are about between a third and a quarter of what they were when I was renting. And they could be a lot less. You've seen my videos. I spend a lot of money on coffee shops. I'm a Starbucks addict. I could like have coffee in here. A lot of people ask why I don't just cook my own coffee. It's true. I Dunkin' Donuts is probably my biggest monthly bill, even more than gas. I go out to breakfast for coffee, like just for the social aspect. I like getting out of the van first thing in the morning, and I like having the Wi-Fi. That's pretty much why I go out to coffee all the time. I'll also go to places in the afternoon and spend hours there editing, and I don't like camping out in a Starbucks, only getting one coffee and then camping out for 4 hours. I tend to like go back for more. Not always more coffee, but keep buying stuff. So coffee shops are a big expense. You could save a ton of money if you live in a vehicle and don't do the whole coffee shop addict thing that I do. $5 super chat from Vetterman. Happy New Year, Matt. Buy a coffee on me. Thanks, man. I will. I definitely will. That's a grande non-fat latte right there. That's what you're buying me. So thank you very much. I think this stuff has a lot of caffeine too, you know. I did actually try cutting down on coffee, switching to decaf this year or last year. I don't remember. It was a failed experiment. Like I just became a less productive person, unfortunately. I'm sure all the caffeine is terrible for my arteries and my blood pressure and stuff, but I definitely live on that caffeine. Oh, where's my banana? I already ate my banana after I got out of the car wash. Actually, just before I did the car wash, I ate the banana. It was delicious. I've learned with bananas when the skin is like more than 50% brown, that's when they're the sweetest. Actually, for my guacamole dip tonight, I was thinking of instead of using avocado, of crushing up a banana because it's kind of like the same constitution. You know what I mean? Like the same sort of pasty stuff, and making like a banana. Can you hear me now? Oh my god, this. I have to pay attention to this thing, folks. I am so sorry. How long was I muted? This thing, yeah, you tap the top of this thing and it mutes you, which I guess is very useful, but I'm kind of like a person who talks with his hands, whips them around all the time. You can't hear me now, right? Y'all can hear me now. How long was I muted for? I kind of I don't even know what I was saying. Was I muted for about 30 seconds of dead air? Yeah, all right. This is why I got to pay attention to comments more. You know what I need is like a second person, a helper for doing these things. It's really hard to like run a full show when I'm doing everything myself. So people seem to say that everything you can hear me and stuff. All right, I was muted for about 6 years. Oof. Did I lose a bunch of audience? No. 448 people following me right now. That is amazing. I thought this was going to be a lot like smaller than the Christmas Eve live stream. I'll be honest with you. I thought this was going to be a catastrophe. New Year's Eve is when like everyone goes out to parties or something or watches something else on the air. So I'm already blown away. I'm happy if I get like 50 people in these live chats. So that's amazing. Let's hope the internet does not crap out this time. Last time it crapped out about 30 minutes in. Oh, did you not hear me about the liquid banana? Yeah. So I was saying I thought about making the guacamole with banana paste instead of guacamole. I thought that would be too much work. It's kind of like the same constitution. I will be using this stuff. This is banana extract. This stuff has a kick. Used it in my last video. I have no idea how they made this stuff, but I'm so glad they discovered it. I am going to be dropping some of this into the guacamole. I don't know if you're supposed to cook with it. I think it's best when you put it on at the very end. So, the banana is here with us tonight in the form of a chemical extract, a scientific experiment. I think someone asked if I had my banana, and that's how that whole spiel started. Podcasters usually have a helper. Yeah, I really wanted a helper. I thought I was going to have one tonight, but couldn't make it work, unfortunately. You can move this thing on top of the other side. You should try cooking with banana leaves. Where do you buy banana leaves? I've seen grape leaves, but I've never seen banana leaves anywhere. That sounds really interesting. Are they like corn husks, kind of inedible, only there as a garnish, or can you actually eat them? I would love to try that. Yeah, I need to check on the comments every couple of seconds. I need like something that beeps every 30 seconds. I think that would be good. But now I know that when this is no longer lit up red, that means I'm muted. I didn't realize that until just now. So I think I shouldn't be doing that again. And you can hear me now, right? All right, thank God. Yeah, that's cool though. I'm gonna need that in case I need to go to the bathroom. That's another thing. I did a 4 hour and 20-minute live stream last time and did not go to the bathroom once. I hope you all appreciated it. I might have to tonight. I thought about using StreamYard, which is a software that lets you toggle between like cameras and streams and stuff, but you have to pay a subscription. I'm not ready to like start dropping money on subscriptions for stuff like that. So this is my low-tech solution in case I have to duck out for a few minutes. And someone joins in the live stream and just sees dead air. Hopefully this is good enough. But I'm good for now. I got all freshened up just before the live stream started. Just get a man diaper. Yeah, Polar Red says I should get a diaper. That's what the astronauts do, you know? When they launch in the rocket, they all have to wear diapers because the G forces from the launch sometimes like excretes all their bodily fluids involuntarily out of their body. So maybe I'll do that like the astronauts. I think the guy who flew his plane, what was it, Lindbergh? Flew it over the Atlantic. He wore a diaper. So our heroes have worn diapers before and lived to talk about it. Jewel824, a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jewel. Matt, I found you yesterday because I'm van shopping and watching a lot of van builds. I'm south of Boston. Awesome. Work in the city. I work in the city too. Share your Venmo. I don't have a Venmo, unfortunately. Yeah, I think I tried that once. That's the thing where it shares with your friends everything you purchase, right? I didn't like that about Venmo. So I don't have a Venmo right now. Maybe I'll set one up specifically like as a business account for Under the Radar Van someday. Did you want to Venmo me money? Why do you need my Venmo? You don't have to send me anything, Jewel. This super chat is awesome enough. That's going to get me 2 coffees right there. Thank you very much. You're shopping for vans. I'm curious, what kind of vans are you looking at, Jewel? Are you looking at the Ford Transit? Because I do recommend it. I like the Ford Transit. Let me tell you why. The number one reason I recommend the Ford Transit over the Sprinter. The Ford Transit, however length it is right now, it just barely fits in your standard parking lot. I can park at Walmart's big box stores, on the side of the street, anywhere. The Sprinter, it's not the same length as the Ford Transit. It comes in one length that's like a foot shorter than it. So if I got that, I'd be losing space. I don't want that. And it comes in another length that's like a foot longer than that. And then another length that's like 2 feet longer than that, which is too long. So I have found the Ford Transit medium roof, medium length is just the perfect optimal size for parking lots, for being able to park it everywhere. And that that changes your whole van life experience where you can park. That's like more important than anything else, to be honest with you. So I recommend the Transit. I've had a lot of electrical gremlins, with it. Maybe people have gremlins with the Sprinters as well. I've never had one to like personally testify. I imagine you do. But all the vans they make nowadays are awesome. They're all very, very good. Oh, Deeb 7138, $20. Thank you so much, Deeb, man or woman, whoever you are. That's a ton of coffee right there. That's like an entire afternoon at Starbucks. Thank you very much. You rock too. I'm gonna give you a little like. I just noticed I'm allowed to do that. Some of your all super chats are red, some are green, some are yellow. I'm not sure if that means anything. I'm still figuring all of that out. 144 inches is 19 feet. Is it? Is it? That seems kind of long. Yeah, I'm sure the Sprinters are great. Oh, yeah. If I weren't actually living in my van and didn't need to pile all of my stuff into it, just as like a weekend camper type thing, I would probably get like a low roof van or a minivan, like a Sienna, because I can park those things in like parking garages and stuff, take them into more spaces. And I actually like the coziness. I love having the walls kind of confined around me a little bit. It's very cozy in here. I don't know if that really comes across in this shot, but I like my space a lot. Freebird, UI, whatever those characters are, Freebird, $20. Thank you so much, man. More coffee. You guys are loading me up on caffeine. I'm gonna die tomorrow. There is a Dunkin' Donuts open tomorrow. So I think the consensus is the audio quality on this quadcast mic is a lot better than the phone. Good to know. I'm hearing a lot of good feedback about that. Pamela, 144 inches is 12 feet. Yeah, that's right. Someone said 144 inches is 19 feet, unless I read that wrong. That didn't sound right. Gen X Jacob, $5. Thank you so much, dude. Look into OBS for live streaming. Yeah, I remember I saw ones for that. It's free, and you can get basic setup going fairly quick. Gen X Jacob, the OBS, I know it's free, but does it put like a stamp, like a watermark in your stream down in the bottom of it? I thought that was the one that did, and that's why I steered cleared of that. Yeah, let me know if OBS puts like a watermark in your thing if you don't pay for the subscription. If it does, I would not use it. But if it doesn't, then I would totally use that. I would love to have. I actually got a really good webcam, and I would like to have like different webcams, a couple different cameras set up in here. Gen X Jacob, know you have full control. Awesome. All right, so OBS it is. OBS. I'm gonna download that. Try to get that going for the next live stream. Y'all are helping me improve this. This is how I improve everything that I do, just trial and error, little iterative improvements here and there, starting with the hardware. Vetterman, smoke some weed for the new year. I wish I had some. I wish I had some. I am out of that, and I don't think there's any place open tomorrow, so I'm just going to have to stick to caffeine for now. Do you get Toyota vans in the US? What are the Toyota vans? I don't think we do. I don't know. No watermarks on the OBS, someone else says. So OBS it is. I'm going to have to rewatch this live stream and remember that. Matt, please say hi to my girlfriend, Marcel. She watches every video. She's driving me crazy. Starboard bow. Hello, Maricels. Is it Maricela or Maricels? Maricels, hi. Thank you for watching. Keep driving your boyfriend nuts because as long as he has a fire inside him, I'm going to keep doing these live streams. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. Is it New Year's Eve? It's New Year's Eve right now. It's not New Year's Day yet, at least not where I am. Matt, in Pittsfield, Jack's is open. What is Jack's? Is that a breakfast place? I know there's a Dunk's open in Pittsfield, kind of in the downtown core. I think that's where I went on Christmas. We were just in Mass earlier visiting the dispensaries. Yeah, there's a lot of them. It's funny, all these states I've driven through, I think Missouri was another one. that resisted legalizing cannabis for the long time. But as soon as they legalized it, they went all in. Like, I remember driving, I think it was Missouri, and there's like so many signs for dispensaries. Mass is kind of like that too. I personally feel it's a little oversaturated right now. Matt, we can get done to you if you want. We are close. You can. Awesome. Thanks. Someone is hooking me up right now. Hooking me up with weed, I think. That is cool. Yeah, that is cool. All right. Thanks. The Cassays, I will reach out to you tomorrow. A lot of people are offering me weed right now. Y'all are awesome. That's a lot of people trying to get me intoxicated. Speaking of which, yeah, I'm going to be doing my first toast in 10 minutes. But I missed a couple of super chats here. Hold on a sec. David Castro, $10. Thank you, man. I'm gonna give you a like button. Happy New Year. Uno Mas coffee's on us. Thank you. That will get me a coffee and a Diet Coke and maybe a little pastry as well. That's very generous of you. I got another colorful thing here. It's green. I don't know if that means anything. Starboard bow, $5. Thank you, man. Yeah. And say hi to your girlfriend again. You guys can watch anytime. I will give you a shout out from now on, Starboard Bow. Your name is etched in my memory. Jewel824, who is purchasing a van and lives in South Boston, YouTube keeps 30%. That is true. YouTube keeps 30%. Patreon does now too, unfortunately. That's just something I can't avoid. I do have a Cash App, I guess, if you really want to send me money and not have like YouTube take a cut of it, I have a Cash App. It's Matt McPherson Photo with the $sign in front. Maybe I'll put that up there at a later date. Maybe I don't. I haven't used my Cash App. That's how I used to do licenses through my photography business. Yeah. All right. Stop scrolling. I gotta keep going here. Weed equals pretzels. I don't know if weed equals pretzels. They do go very good together, though, for sure. Missouri took forever. Yeah, Missouri went all in on the cannabis dispensaries. We're pretty much talking about coffee and cannabis for the last 5 minutes. I hope that's not alienating people. Anyone from like China or Japan or the Koreas, something exotic like that, or South America? Oh, Jewel, you're going to Banff. That's awesome. Are you going to have the van in time for Banff? Because that's a great place to take it. Just make sure you book all your campgrounds and accommodations long in advance. They go on sale in like February, if I remember, and you got to book everything up there. You can't just show up. Banff is amazing, though. One of the most gorgeous places on earth. Moraine Lake, all of that stuff. I loved Banff. Took my mom's car there last time I went there. Yeah, 30% is wild. It's true. You give me a super chat, Apple takes 30%. It sucks. On the other hand, they set up the entire infrastructure for me to be doing this whole thing, for me to have a YouTube, for you to be able to watch it, for you to be able to send me money. So there is definitely, they deserve a cut. I wish they didn't take 30%, but they do deserve a cut. They provide a vast service here, and I'm very grateful for all of it. Most of Europe is pretty exotic now. Yeah, exotic because there's no one here from Europe. I'm not. Someone, Hannibal the Vanable, I've seen you comment a bunch of times. You used to live in Japan. Awesome. I've never been to Japan. All right, here's something before I do the toast that has changed my life kind of for the worse since I've gotten a van. I used to travel a lot, but now since I've gotten a van, I'm afraid to leave it. I'm afraid to travel internationally. Like, not afraid, I just don't want to. Because it means storing my van somewhere for like weeks on end. And I've become so attached to this thing, I don't like being far away from it for too long. Even when I go down to New York City and leave it at a friend's or something, or go out on a trail and leave it at the trailhead, or even when I'm in a coffee shop, I try to park in such a way I can see it out the window. I've become emotionally attached to this van, and I don't like leaving it. It's like a person. If y'all are living in a vehicle, that might happen to you too. I'm not sure. It's happened to me. But the point is, I probably won't be going to Japan or Korea anytime soon, even though I really, really want to. Maybe post van life when this thing gets all played out. Yeah, I agree. 10 to 15% would be much more reasonable as a management fee. That's what it usually is in the entertainment business for like artists and stuff, but not here. It's 30%. Happy New Year from Australia, Lisa. Awesome. Awesome. What time is it where you are, Lisa? Is it like super early in the morning? Is it like 6 in the morning? Are you still up? Did you stay up just to watch me? On the Water says, "Hi, Matt. We have land in Hancock, New York, where you can park your van anytime." Awesome. Where's Hancock, New York? Is that in Columbia County? Or is it in the Catskills? 12 acres and a creek. That sounds really cool. All right, On the Water, I am definitely connecting with you probably in the spring when I go back down there. And I am staying at your 12 acres. I might camp out there for a couple of days. Last time I was down there, I was in Kingston, New York, dwelled at a couple of trailheads and a Walmart. I like Kingston a lot, but in general, I vastly prefer camping in the woods, down an old logging road at a trailhead than I do in a big box parking lot. It's about privacy. I don't like being that exposed. Another thing, when I sleep at a trailhead, I feel like it's safer to sleep in. You know what I mean? Whereas if I'm stealthing on the street or in a big box lot, I feel like I have to be out by like 7:30. You know what I mean? It's a different kind of relaxation. Looking forward to the toast. What we got, like 3 minutes. Happy New Year to the Aussies. Yeah, Happy New Year to Australia. I remember the 1999, the Millennium New Year's Eve, watching that. That was such an experience on TV. And they were like broadcasting the Australia. Australia did this massive fireworks show. I think it was in Sydney. Just the most amazing fireworks thing I've ever seen. But they were playing it here at like 8 p.m. or something. It kind of like spoiled the experience. It kind of like spoiled the surprise. Ham Bone Her, a buck 99. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for the super chat. And another one for 10 bucks from the same person. Dude, thank you very much. That will get me a nice meal and about 6 hours of work time at a Starbucks. I vastly appreciate that. Hi, Matt. We just got everything going. Sound is great on this one. Awesome. I'm so happy the sound is better. And I think no one has commented on the choppiness of the internet. So I think the connection is much better. I got a better wire and it's coupled a little more securely. My friend who's letting me stay at their place repositioned the router, so everything seems to be much better than it was before. The more I do these, the more confident I get. I would love to do something like just do the cell phone connection, but I'm going to need to get like another booster. I'm not doing Starlink. I've told my Starlink stories. My connections with Starlink are cut. I can never go back to that company, unfortunately. I had a bad Starlink experience. I went over all that last time. Not going to do it again. I think the Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' company, they're putting out a rival to Starlink. I think it's called Kuiper, or they may have renamed it. I might try that. Listen, I'm a big SpaceX fan, but Starlink was just like a way you shouldn't run a business. I canceled my account on there and they kept like reactivating it and rebilling me. And there's no one you could call, like no number, no contact at all. So I had a bad Starlink experience. I think they're doing better now. I was one of the early adopters for like the first year of Starlink. I didn't like it. I'm not going back to it. Rocco, what is that? Broccoliash? I'm not sure how to say your name. Rocco, 10 bucks. Thank you very much, man. Hey, Matt, cheers from Chicago. Awesome. I love Chicago. Chicago is my second favorite city in the US after Boston. I love everything about Chicago. So many great clubs there. I went there in, I think, my late 20s and like hit all of these nightclubs and Rock Bar, saw some cool shows, did so much cool stuff there. I just like the whole energy and layout of Chicago and the fact that they have a 24-hour subway. Boston does not. That will always be the downfall of Boston, that it just shuts down from like 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. and nothing open, no train or anything. Botcat, $5. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that so much. Lisa Elder, I see you dig industrial. You down with wax tracks? Yes. Yes, I am. And I actually went to what were those places? Metro, which I think is or Exit nightclub, where Ministry played their first ever show on January 30th. January 31st, 1981. I went to that place. I love wax tracks. I was into all of those artists in the early 90s. KMFDM, Front 242. There are a bunch of others. Happy New Year from Swansea, New Hampshire. I was just up in Swansea. Yeah, I was just there a couple of days ago. I like Swansea. That's a beautiful part. That's become low-key like my favorite part of New England. Keene, Peterborough, and all the towns around Monadnock. Like in Boston, people mostly talk about the White Mountains. They kind of whip right past that. And in the Berkshires, people just kind of like go to New York City or upstate New York or go to the Holyoke Mall. Everyone kind of ignores, at least from my experience, like the whole Monadnock area. But I love that area. Swansea, Jaffrey. Monadnock itself is an awesome hike. So many great lakes and stuff there. Yes, Exit rules. Exit rules. Metro is another one. Double Door. I remember I saw, I think Front 242 was on tour. Either them or Nitzer Ebb at Double Door in Chicago. Yeah, I had a great time in Chicago. It is 8:41, folks, so I want to start the celebrations. I'm going to do a toast. Like I said, the theme of this evening is not eggnog. It's about summer. It's about the tropics. It's about sun. I'm making margaritas. I'm not making margaritas. I'm making guacamole. And I have this. Let me show you. I tried to find like a margarita shot. I couldn't find anything like that. This is like a lemonade type thing. The next best thing. I want to do a toast. I want to dedicate this to you guys. I want to do a toast. Does someone have like, did something great happen to you in 2025? Make a comment about it. I want to hear a good story. I know for me, my YouTube has done very well. My car got destroyed. The suspension got messed up and I had it rebuilt. I've had a lot of problems with the car. So I am toasting the fact that I went through all these trials and tribulations, because that's how you get stronger. You mess up, you get outside of your comfort zone, and you learn how to fix stuff on your own. That's what I'm doing a toast to. Lollapalooza, Happy New Year from Minnesota. I'm missing a Fields of the Nephilim tribute band. Yeah, that would be pretty awesome. That would be pretty awesome. Happy New Year from Keene. Oh, Grandma Zan. I love Keene. There's a great person in Keene. You all know who she is. Keene is an awesome town. Anyway, so Karen, I'm sorry this year sucked. Karen Belair 402 says this year sucked. Karen, I'm dedicating this toast to you. I hope your 2026 is way better than 2025. Karen Belair 402. This first toast is on you. Lemon is a very good flavor. I like lemon. This is good stuff. Not going to pound it. I'm going to sip it. Anyway, toast number one of the evening. Yeah, 2025. So 2026, I kind of feel reinvigorated. This always happens this time of year. I'm the kind of person who does make resolutions and tries to stick to them. Live streaming was something that I put off for a long time because I just didn't know how to do it. It felt like a lot of wires and peripherals and stress. I want to do a lot more live streams in 2026. I was thinking of maybe like we can start off with once a month, like the holiday thing. But I might even do, I don't know, how do y'all feel if I do like a once a week thing, like Friday night van life. Just a couple hours live stream late on a Friday night, just talking. I'll make an agenda and stuff, just kind of hanging out. Would anybody be interested if I did something like that? Hey Matt, your live stream's crystal clear. Awesome. Microphone sounds great. Yeah, I think I got the microphone thing down. Cheers from Eastern Connecticut. I love Connecticut. It's a great state. I don't go to the eastern part of Connecticut enough. I mostly stay to the mountainous western part, but I will go to Eastern Connecticut. And I need to go to Rhode Island too. Someone mentioned last year I don't go to Rhode Island enough. That's true. I have not. Eva L. Drake 2025 adopted a stray cat. That is awesome. Good for you. 2 months ago for your cat, Harley. Eva L. Drake, that is awesome that you adopted an animal. I hope the cat is doing well. Let me know its name in the comment. I want to look that up later. This toast is to Eva's stray cat, which now has a home of its own. There are many people considering van life, says Freebird. It helps us get the comfort of seeing you. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it looks comfortable now, but sometimes I feel like I make it look a bit too comfortable. My first 6 months of van life, I was terrified. I gave myself 1 month between the end of my lease and actually getting the van. My van was not fully built out when I first moved into it. It was just like bare bones, no insulation. You can see in my old videos. It just had like a mattress on the ground. And I still remember that very first night I slept in the van on the street. I just felt like I was doing something wrong and I was going to get busted at any moment. I felt something like that the first time I stayed at like a Walmart too. That is something that takes a very long time to power through, to get past. Where to sleep, where to feel safe. Not just where to sleep, but where to spend the daytime, where to dwell. Yeah, it was hard at first, you know. Van life is just something you got to dive headfirst into and be forced into bad situations and get comfortable with it. What has worked for me is just developing a wide portfolio of places to go, of places to dwell, of places to sleep, and always be expanding them. I know a strategy that worked for me. Sorry for going on a spiel here. I will get back to the comments. But when I was first trying to find stealth spots, places to sleep, there was like no one in Boston on YouTube. I had no guidance whatsoever. You just got to experiment. Find a place that says, looks like you might be able to park overnight there and just do it. But what I would do is I would park in a place that was only about 20 minutes drive from a safe spot that I'd stayed in before. So if anyone like knocked on the window and told me to move during the night, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I would just move to my backup spot. And I started creeping westward and westward outside of Boston, experimenting with new places, always having in my back pocket a place maybe like 30, 40 minutes drive away that I can get to if something goes down. And that's how I built my portfolio of sleeping spots. Once you have a good portfolio of sleeping spots, the next thing you're going to have to deal with in van life is just realizing that you're truly homeless. You know, that's something that hits you. I think when you get behind the wheel and you don't know what to do with yourself, the first time that happens, I did a whole video talking about this. There's going to be a point where you sit behind the wheel and you have a van, it's your house, you could be anywhere, but at the same time, no one is expecting to see you anywhere. You don't have a place to call your own. You could be anywhere and yet you don't know where to go. That hit pretty hard. Yeah, the first year of van life is actually a very trying situation. It takes a while to get comfortable. I'm comfortable now. You know, I have a portfolio, I have friends, I have a social network, but man, van life here in the Northeast in New England is tough. It's not like what I see in the West where you can just drive to federal land. We ain't got no federal land here. Like, there's no federal land. There's like Minuteman National Park outside of Boston. But yeah, good luck sleeping there. I don't think you can boondock there. Faust142, yeah, the scariest thing for me is making my money in the van, and I live in the van. Something major goes wrong, I'm done. Yeah, van life is still life, and life costs money, and emergencies happen. You could have medical emergencies. You could get into an accident, a thing could break down, and you're going to need money. You're going to need a source of income. It's like I said, my expenses are only about a quarter of what they were when I was renting, and they could be much, much less. So you don't need as much money, but the more money you have, the more income you have, the better your van life is going to be. So always be, interviewing, trying to work up, developing your resume, going to school, whatever you need, take night school, get degrees, certifications. Career is having a job and an income is more important than anything else in life. There, I said it. I truly believe that. A van gives you a lot of freedom to like drive around and do cool stuff and sleep in cool places, but that's always going to be second to actually having an income, So, yeah, and you're going to want a safety net. Whoever made that comment, you're going to want to stash away like at least 10,000 if you can, whatever you can do. 5,000 if you can, because something could happen with your van and you need to have the transmission rebuilt, and before you know it's like $3,000 down the hole. Derek Borden, $10. Thank you, Derek. Gotta run. Happy New Year, man. Derek, enjoy the rest of your New Year's Eve, and thank you very much for the $10. I feel like I may have missed another super chat. Yeah, Derek, did you give me 2? Yeah, wow. I think you gave me 2. I've missed a bunch of super chats. Aaron Palmer, $5. Thank you, Aaron. That's a grande non-fat latte from Starbucks. Yeah, I'm trying to scroll and get back on track here. What have I missed? Give me a second. Worcester, Mass. Cool. A lot of people from Mass. Yeah. Van life is totally possible in Massachusetts. I mean, I'm doing it. I've revealed a lot of places to park on my YouTube channel. So if you've been diligent and watched me, I've showed a lot of good spots in Boston and elsewhere for you to choose from. I try not to reveal, the thing about stealth parking spaces. I think I made a video called like the 5 rules of van life. And number 1 was never reveal your parking spaces. I think that's a good strategy in general. If you meet someone else living in a van, you kind of want to strike up a rapport, have a camaraderie because you're both like birds of a feather. But if you tell that person a safe place to sleep, guess what's going to happen? You're going to go there one evening desperate to sleep, and he's going to be there. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a double-edged sword telling people your stealth spots. I revealed a good many on my YouTube channel. Try to help you all out for those of you in Massachusetts. Gardner, Mass. Yep, I love Gardner. I've been there. Watching from my van in Quartzsite, Arizona, Tracy Moon. That is awesome, Tracy. How are things in Quartzsite? I see a lot of people down there. Looks warm. Looks very warm. I do love the desert. Looks a little bleak. I don't know. I don't know what the vibe of Quartzsite is. I hear mixed things about Quartzsite, but I would kill to be in Arizona right now. It's like negative 10 degrees Celsius out right now, which is freezing. It's like in the teens Fahrenheit. Jason Putel, Happy New Year, Matt. Always have a place to park near your favorite market basket in Athol. Yep. That's at Strip Mall City, I think you're talking about, right? Is that the Strip Mall City where I got banned from the BJ's for following around their robot too much? Did I tell that story last time? Strip Mall City is where there's that big country store that I've stayed at a couple of times. And last time I went to the BJ's, I was following around their robot with a tape measure and a little book because I was trying to make a diagram of where its lenses are on the thing. And the BJ security came over and escorted me out of the building, said I couldn't come back. I guess I was freaking them out. They thought I was doing something weird. So I'm banned from the BJ's in Strip Mall City. Athol, yes. Oh, Athol is the market basket near that campground that I always go to. What is the name of that lake? I've already forgotten it. Like the Templeton area. Matt versus the robot. Yeah, well, the robot security won that round, but I will get my revenge sooner or later. I'll build my own robot. Just found your channel and subscribed from Burlington, Mass. Lake Denison. Yes, thank you, Jason. I love Lake Denison. Lake Denison is still my favorite campground in like that I've ever been to anywhere in the US. I love Lake Denison. I'm just loyal to it. It has a little bit of everything. It has a Dunkin' Donuts 5 minutes away, has beautiful campgrounds, a beautiful beach you can swim in, trails, a trail to a cool historic spot, and this beautiful lake with wide open view of the sky, beautiful sunsets. I love Lake Denison. I can't wait for them to open again. I think they start taking reservations for all the mass campgrounds in like February or March, and they officially open in May. It takes a while. It's a long ways away. Denison, the Medicine, yup, that one. Jody Lynn, hi Matt, we're in Waco, Texas. Awesome, awesome. Waco is kind of like in the center of the state, right? I think. Or is it near Austin? Waco is one of the big cities I never went to. I remember driving through Texas and it's just like giant highways. I swear to God, their highway system is insane in Texas. They have like a highway and then they have like a side highway off to the side, and all the roads are like called the same thing, like farm to market road 68349, farm to market road. Yeah, Texas is crazy with the highways. But thank you for watching from Waco, Texas. I hope you're having a great New Year's Eve. Goldfinger, hi from Swansea, New Hampshire. Awesome. Awesome. Like I said, I love Swansea. I was just up there. I've uploaded videos from the Dunkin' Donuts in Swansea. That's there, right across from that gas station, right on the town line with Keene. Been there many times. Why don't I have the Boston accent? That Boston accent is mostly the North Shore, the towns around like Lynn and Revere. I grew up in Western Mass, so I did not pick up that accent. Miss Grinnell, $20. Wow, thank you so much. Another Massachusetts site from Millbury. Millbury, I think, is in the South Shore, right? Jeff says hi too. We're here with our friends watching. Well, hi, Miss Grimes, Jeff, the whole crew from Millbury. I'm doing a toast to you. The Millbury, Massachusetts crew watching tonight. Michelle, that is so nice of you to gift memberships to other people. I didn't know you could even do that. I saw someone do that last time, and I guess that was you. But that is really cool of you. A membership to my channel gets you early access to videos. What I do is I upload a video as soon as I can. I set it to members only until like 12 p.m., noon the next day. And that's when they go live to everyone else. So if you want to become a member of my channel, I think it's like $5 a month, but you get something out of it. You get early access to videos. And from time to time, I might post like members only content for the juicy stuff that I don't tell you about in the live chats. Yeah, wow, 500 people here now. That is amazing. And it's 9 o'clock. That is insane. I do have stuff that I wanted to accomplish in this live stream while I have all of yours attention, which is that 2026 road trip I talked about. I want to respond to a few more of these comments so people are saying I'm not ignoring them. George. Hey, brother George Nail, your biggest fan. Thank you, George, man. I appreciate that. I don't know why you guys are a fan of me at all, but I'm blown away. I'm blown away. I just record like everything that I do. I can't believe people watch it. I can't believe what I get away with. I go to like a coffee shop and the laundromat and people are like watching it. It blows my mind. Blows my mind. Your Blackboard font is amazing. How do you do that? Oh, thanks. It's not that good. I got this whiteout marker, which is not the same as a paint marker. You have to squeeze the thing so hard to get the white out. I got lobster claw putting that thing together. I did take a lot of drafting classes in engineering school, so I learned to kind of like make my font a little more readable. So thank you for like commenting on the font. Yeah, I'm glad the agenda thing works. Hi, Matt. Eric from Florida. Awesome. Old Man Taco. Eric, thank you so much. I got a lot of peeps from Florida watching tonight, which is cool. I love Florida. I want to go back down there maybe in 2027. But 2026, my road trip. I told you what I'm doing. It's a Great Lakes road trip. I want to start at the Thousand Islands region of New York. That whole area up there. Could people please post something I should do or see along the lakeshore coast of upstate New York? What I want to do is compile a small list. I should probably write this down, or I might just screenshot it. Now, I know the Thousand Islands, they have like Gilded Age mansions out there, right? What are some of the places I should see? Presque Isle State Park in PA. Awesome. Is that on the Lake Erie shore? Presque Isle State Park in PA. I want to stay close to the coast the entire time. Is it Presque or Presque Isle? Presque Isle State Park. All right, that's on the short list for PA. I will write these down because I feel like I should. Hold on a sec. Let's use this thing. So, Presque Isle, PA. Sorry, folks. I'm just going to write some of these down. How are you handling celebrity life? Yeah, I don't know. Not a celebrity yet. That's very generous of you to think so, though. I like staying under the radar as long as possible. Presque. James Abruzzi says it's Presque. All right. Yeah, I should turn off ads during live chats. I don't think I have control over that. Does it show ads during the live stream? I know it shows it in the replay. It definitely should not be showing ads now. Someone else mentioned something in PA, the Zippo lighter factory. I think I've actually done that. I might do that again. Yeah, the Zippo lighter factory. That was a cool place. It's like an old coal town. I remember there being like an oil dike right outside that place. Walking tour of downtown Boston. Yeah, I'll do something like that proper in the summer. You know, I've done a little bit of that here and there. Boston has so much history. Like, you kind of have to segment it to a certain area or something. Sorry it shows ads during the live stream. That sucks. Hopefully it picks back up where it left off. J.R. Mason still amazed at the hydronic heating. Yeah, thanks. Hydronic heating is awesome. It's a crap load of work to set up. A crap load of work. I got the Rixson hydronic heating system. But if you have the fortitude to set it all up, oh my god, it is amazing. The best part of it is not actually the floor. What I learned is I have a hydronic loop underneath the floor so the floor gets hot, but I put a vinyl carpet on top of it. And the heat almost never comes through the vinyl carpet. It takes like 4 hours for me to feel the heat through it, which kind of defeats the purpose. I did put some of the hydronic loop right here in this wall next to my bed, so I can snuggle up next to it, get the warmth. That is awesome. I'm all for the hydronic. I think it's a great idea. If I could do it again, I would probably, I don't know, position it a little differently where I want the heat. The floor isn't that important because you don't spend much time like standing on the floor. I think it's better to have a hydronic loop like next to your bed or maybe even underneath a mattress or something like that. All right, I've got some more suggestions here. Lake George, New York. Yep, I will definitely stop at Lake George, New York. I might do that on the way to the Thousand Islands. Lark Street in Albany, New York was my college hangout. Yeah, me too. I went to RPI in Troy. I went down to Albany all the time. I think it was called All Stars. There was a nightclub there I went to a lot, and also the Crossgates Mall. Yeah, I lived in the capital region for 4 years. All right, let me catch up here. Abby, hey there from South Carolina, 71-year-old retired nurse. That is awesome, Abby. Thank you for watching. She says, I have a Ram Pro Master that I travel in with 2 dogs. If you travel this way, you can park in my driveway and take a dip in the pool. Thank you very much, Abby Mom 100. Sounds like you have a pretty cool life. I would love to be retired and just living in a van. I think that's awesome. I would love to have dogs. I would love to have a pet. A lot of people say, how come I don't get a pet? The reason is I just don't have the means to take care of it right now. I do work during the day. Sometimes I'm in the office. When I'm not in the office, I'm in like somewhere else, a rental office or a coffee shop or something. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving a pet in here all day long by itself. You know, I just don't have the means of taking care of a pet, but I would love to have a pet. If I retired, I would get a dog. I think dogs are just the most awesome thing. Someone else from RPI, Will Coder. Yep, good for you. RPI, Double E, Johnson Engineering School. I used to sleep in the lounge there all the time. Yeah, RPI was awesome. Saw my first concert at RPI. Matchbox 20 with Santana at the RPI Fieldhouse. Good to see there are some people familiar with the areas I dwell, upstate New York and Massachusetts. Freebird, I watched a video where you talked about your shoes, sneakers always wearing out. Yep, they do. At LL Bean, all their life items are lifetime guarantee. Once it wears out, you get a new one. Really? You know, I'm most skeptical of that. I've received the same offer from like a coat company I used to get. All their coats were sold as a lifetime guarantee. But when that coat wore out, it took like a lot of back and forth to actually get them to make good on that offer. Does LL Bean really follow through and send you new shoes? Because if they do, I will go to LL Bean for sure. I go through footwear like crazy. I just walk so much. Cats are better and live longer. They're both cool. Cats and dogs are both awesome. I love cats. Cats are. It took me a while to come around on cats. I always thought they were too detached and too solitary, but they can definitely like cozy up with you and form a cool bond. Cats are very interesting. Evil Zipper, I'm telling Zazzles you said that. Tell Zazzles I love Zazzles. Zazzles is a cat, a very cool cat, a beautiful cat, a little runt of a litter cat. Very tiny, but like beautiful fur. Cats are awesome. Yeah, I feel like a cat, I probably could leave by itself in the van, but I would have to have the heater running and stuff. And I'd be concerned about passersby seeing the pet in the vehicle, that sort of thing. My audio is way better this time. Thank you. Yeah, I worked long and hard. I did like 1,000 test runs of this before going live tonight, trying to make sure all the audio was good. You have to explain why you ate the shells of sunflower seeds. Are you talking about my road trip? I think my first road trip in 2021. All right. So in 2021, I first got the van. I'd never done cross-country road trips before. Never stopped at truck stops or anything like that. So I was driving just west. I stopped at this massive truck stop on the Seneca Reservation in upstate New York. They had a store with like so many different types of sunflower seeds of like every flavor. I think I remember having sunflower seeds as a kid, like right off the plant, but I never like bought them at a store or anything. So I was eating the sunflower seeds while I was driving, and I tried spitting the husks out the window, but it blew back in my face. It got really messy. So I'm like, all right, I will just chew the husks like relentlessly until it's a fine powder. So I went through like a 16-ounce bag of this dill flavored sunflower seeds. Over the course of like, I don't know, 8 hours of driving, I ate the entire bag, ate all the husks, and it basically formed cement in my intestine pretty much. I could not go to the bathroom for like almost 2 weeks. After 9 days, I checked into a hospital like crying. Like the thing is, when you stop being able to go to the bathroom, eventually you stop eating because you kind of want to stop an intake of stuff. So yeah, and I had to go through this pretty awful like surgery. So I don't eat sunflower husks anymore. I've learned that squirrels can digest them, humans cannot. When I bought that bag of sunflower seed at Tractor Company that I cooked up for a while earlier this year, I specifically bought this sunflower mix that was like the luxury brand. It was all dehusked. It had like sunflower seeds, but none of the husks and stuff, which is why I bought that. Greetings from Hinsdale, Mass. Awesome. I'm in Hinsdale right now. That's just crazy. Ruined your vacation. Yes, I did ruin my vacation. I finally checked in the hospital in Springfield, Missouri. Sisters of Mercy Hospital, I think was called. And both my dad and my mom, who were like in their 70s at this point, my poor dad and my mom, they came in from either side of the country and came in and rescued me, got me out of that hospital. It was actually the worst experience of my life. I've eaten stuff and like poisoned myself several times over in the course of my life. I have a bad habit of just putting everything in my mouth. I like to experience the world through taste. It's just like the number one sense to me. I eat things that I shouldn't, unfortunately. I learn, you know. Polar Red. Yeah, I think it was called Sisters of Mercy, this huge hospital in Springfield, Missouri. It's also where they have the largest, I think it's Bass Pro shop like in the country. The thing was huge. It was like a temple, this gorgeous Bass Pro. After I got out of the hospital and was able to eat again, I went there with my dad. We spent like 3 hours walking around the Bass Pro shop. It was one of my best memories with my dad, actually. He died shortly after that, and that was one of my final memories, doing a road trip with my dad, driving him in the van back from Springfield, Missouri, all the way to Boston. So that was my first road trip in the van. I completely destroyed it. The next year, I went back there, did not eat anything bad, and made it all the way to Starbase Brownsville, Texas, which was the destination. I survived. Yeah, no, I didn't live in Missouri. I did a road trip. I've done several road trips through Missouri. Several. Lake of the Ozarks is an awesome place. I want to go back there when I have time. Yeah, Haha Tonka Castle. You've probably seen the sticker. It's right beside my head in my driver's seat. SJAB5987. Hi, Matt and everyone. I'm with a bunch of family just popping in to wish you all a Happy New Year. Well, thank you very much, SJAB5987. Happy New Year to you. I think someone sent me a super chat up here. Freebird, another $10. That's the LL Bean. Yes, okay. I'm going to take you up on that, Freebird. I'm going to look into getting footwear from LL Bean. When this new stuff I got breaks down, I will try the LL Bean lifetime thing. First time viewer, glad you popped up. Well, thank you for watching. I'm always curious how you all find me because I've never had like a viral video, you know? I've never had a video just take off. The Great Smoky Mountains. I love the Smokies. Been there many times. I've hiked to the summit of the tallest mountain in the Appalachians, Mount Mitchell, I think it is. An amazing hike. Amazing hike. Did a lot of the AT there. Did Springer Mountain too. I forgot what the name of the next one I did. Yeah, good for you. Folks, so someone is from, I thought someone was from Michigan. They're saying Amen Micah. Okay, I thought you said Mish. But I need to plan my trip through Michigan. Is anyone here from Michigan or familiar with Michigan? I want to spend like 2 weeks, 2 full weeks, maybe a week and a half in Michigan, coast to coast. I want to spend a couple days in Detroit, see what that city's all about, and just see sights there. Someone mentioned the dunes. I should probably write that down. Michigan dunes. But I'm looking for other suggestions for my road trip around the Great Lakes, especially Michigan. Happy New Year, Matt, Carolyn. Yeah, Happy New Year to you. Thank you all. Gozer the Gozorian. Been wanting to tell you, get Viva. Hold on, it's scrolling too fast here. Get Viva paper towels instead of those shop towels. Cheaper and almost as good. Okay, where do you find them? Viva paper towels. Where do you find them? I don't think I've ever seen that brand. One reason I get those blue shop towels is because regular paper towels produce so much dust, folks. You've probably seen in my videos little orbs floating around in front of the lens. That's dust. And you know what causes a ton of dust? Tearing off a paper towel. You can try, just tear off a paper towel in like the light next time in a beam of sunlight. This cloud of dust goes everywhere. Those blue shop towels produce like almost no dust. That's one of the reasons I love the blue shop towels. But I will try this other brand that someone suggested. Someone is from Poland, Robert Paluchowski. Am I saying that correctly? Happy New Year from Poland. That is awesome, man. I would love to get to Poland. I would love to explore all of Europe. I've been to Western Europe, did a road trip through there. I've never been to Central Europe, never been to Eastern Europe. Hopefully, Putin dies someday and we can have calm and order restored to Eastern Europe. But I would love to get there. Thank you for watching from Poland. It's 2026 right now in Poland, right? What is 2026 like so far for you, Robert Palachowski? I'm curious. Salty Dog, we did a tour of the factory where they make the F-150. Is that in Michigan? Is that in Michigan? I'll have to look that up. Michigan is a beautiful state, says Sally Vela 7012. Do it in the spring. Yeah, I'm going to be doing it in June. So what I'm going to be doing is leaving around like June 12th and then, or maybe like June 15th, mid-June, and do 3 weeks on the road and spend the 4th of July somewhere in Michigan. And then after that, I have like 2 days to make a beeline from wherever I am back to Boston, which I can do. That's no problem. I do want to spend the 4th of July somewhere in Michigan. Where's a great place in Michigan to spend the 4th of July? Someone drop me a comment. You got to drop that disco ball at midnight. Yeah, I should have gotten a disco ball. I should have one. I do have one. I have like a couple of them. I think I put them in storage. Drought 150, is the sunroof leak fix holding up? No, unfortunately. I think I showed you in my last video. There is a leak between the plastic thing and the adapter. I nailed it too. These plastic sunroofs, they need to manufacture them better. They shouldn't be so sensitive that you have to torque it so specifically that a little too much torque forms all these spider web cracks. Not enough torque, it can be peeled off by the massive wind forces when you're driving. They need to make those things better. I don't know why they're so fragile. But no, it is still leaking. It's a very slow leak. It's like one drop every 5 minutes. So it's not the end of the world. I think I'm just going to try to rough it until the spring, and then I will get up there and address that leak. Someone says try Traverse City. I will write that down. I'm assuming that's a place in Michigan. Traverse City. I will give that a try. What is there to see in Traverse City for the 4th of July? Is that what you're saying? I need to finish this thing. Paper towels to wipe your mouth. Yeah, well, I use paper towels for everything. They're just like the all-purpose Vanlife utensil. There's a reason they take up 2 of the 3 Ps. Army Soldier, Walmart, Target. Yeah. Sleeping Bear Dunes in Northwest Michigan, says Mountain Walkie. Mountain Walkie, you're a wealth of information. You made a comment that I didn't respond to about my Esperbacher, how I need to service it. You were absolutely right. I have not cleaned out all the carbon or replaced the glow plug or anything, any of the filters in my Esperbacher. But you're saying Sleeping Bear Dunes in Northwest Michigan? Let me write that down. Sleeping Bear Dunes, Northwest Michigan. I will check that out for sure. I love anything that's like a weird landscape, like a dune or a pit or a cliff or an overlook, anything like that. I love that stuff. I used to be a landscape photographer. I would just seek that stuff out. That's all I used to do on my road trips. MoMA in Heaven. Yeah, Viva are fantastic. All right, I'm going to look into them. Walmart has them, she says. I will give them a shot, and I will give you a shout out if I like them. Momall, New Hampshire. Is it Momall? I don't know what that is. Some of your names have a lot of characters in them, folks. I noticed Dude wipes leave tons of residue, says Vanlife. Yes, they do. Dude wipes are terrible. I did one video with like crap all over my face. It was from a dude wipe. You wipe and it just crumbles to absolute pieces. Those things are garbage. I do not use the dude wipes anymore. You're better off just using like a paper towel and soapy water. Walmart has Viva paper towels. All right, a bunch of people are talking about the Viva paper towels. Matt, you look drunk. I am not drunk yet, believe it or not. I've barely had half of this shot of this lemony stuff, and it's only 20 proof, so it's not that strong. Michigan Dunes. A lot of people are talking about the Michigan Dunes. J.R. Mason, the desert of Maine. Yep, I've been to the desert of Maine. Did you know Maine has a desert? If I'm not mistaken, it used to be a farm, but during the Great Depression, they just farmed the hell out of it or something. And nothing ever grew back again. And now there's this, like, I don't know, like 20 acres of desert in the middle of Maine. It's the oddest thing. Peter, another person, is vouching for Sleeping Bear Dunes. Mackinac Island. You know, I remember seeing the sign for Mackinac Island when I was driving through there. I gotta write that down. Mackinac Island. Is there a place like to get a campground on Mackinac Island? What exactly is there? Mackinac Island. I think that's up near the Upper Peninsula, right? Isn't that like a connecting island between the Upper Peninsula and the lower part? Someone is saying Venture wipes are the best. All right. Peter, the same person. Yeah. Peter Coconut, you have a lot of good information, Peter. I'm going to try these Venture wipes. A lot of you have great information. Visit the castles here in Pennsylvania. There are castles in Pennsylvania? Are there castles in Pennsylvania? I did not know that. I know there seem to be castles all over the place. There's castles even like in the Keene area, in the New Hampshire area I have not been to yet. Sally says you can't take your van or RV onto Mackinac Island. All right, well, that's too bad. That is too bad. Oh, is that something you have to boat to? All right, well, I might still do that. If I had to boat to, I would do that. The Lawnmower Lady. Check out the Henry Ford Museum in Dearborn. Oh, hell yeah. I will definitely do that. I didn't know there was a Henry Ford Museum. I love stuff like that. You know, I love nature and parks, but I'm a history buff. I love niche museums about crazy things. Henry Ford Museum in Dearborn. Is that near Detroit or is it somewhere else? Great suggestions from you all so far. I knew this would be fruitful. I've already written down like 16 things of places to go on this road trip. Shout out Lauren from North Carolina watching. Thank you, Lauren. It's pronounced Mackinac. Okay, Mackinac Island. Sorry, folks. Why did they spell it like that? It's pronounced Mackinac. Ringing Rocks County Park in PA. Bring a hammer. I will do that. I also want to see Eternal Flame Falls near Buffalo, New York. How many of y'all know about this place? There's a waterfall outside Buffalo where there's a natural gas main that's just like constantly leaking behind this waterfall, in like a punch bowl waterfall, and it's burning. It's been burning for like a million years, like a flame just always lit right there. I guess sometimes it goes out, but then it relights. Eternal Flame Falls. For someone from the Northeast, it's amazing I have not seen that, but that is also on my to-do list on this trip. Moores says Bolt Castle. Yes, I think that is the one I was thinking of. Bolt Castle on the Thousand Islands. I will be going to Bolt Castle for sure. How many suggestions have I got here so far? I got stuff from New York, Bolt Castle. Pennsylvania, I've got a couple things along the coast. A lot of stuff that's far inland I probably will not get to, like the Zippo Museum. But a couple from Pennsylvania. Yeah, Erie, Pennsylvania. I think I stayed there once. And there's also like a comic book Hall of Fame somewhere around there. I vaguely remember something like that. Maybe that's in Ohio. No one's given any me. No one has given me good suggestions of things to do along the Ohio lake shore. Like I do want to do that too and stop there. It's one of those places I've always just driven through Route 20 and stuff. But I do want to stop on the Ohio shore and see stuff. Francine, Font Hill Castle, and the Mercer Museum in Doylestown. Built by. All right, that sounds pretty cool. Man, you guys are full of suggestions. This was a great idea. You guys are going to plan my road trip for me. Font Hill Castle. Font Hill Castle. Grand Traverse Lighthouse. All right. Oh my God. You know what? I'm just going to have to read this later on. I've already written down 20 things. Folks, thank you so much for helping me. Back in my photography days, I would relentlessly plan my itinerary for all of my road trips, everything, right down to the nearest half hour. All of my movements, book things in advance if I had to. And for the last few road trips since I've gotten a van, I don't do that anymore. I just kind of found that making things up as you go, there's a certain beauty to that. Waking up in the morning and just figuring out where you're going to be. Because when you book everything in advance and plot your movements, you kind of get into these places where you're trapped into a place, or you really like where you happen to be and you want to stay there a couple extra days, but no, you booked a campground that's 8 hours away and stuff. So I don't do that anymore. I make stuff up as I go, but because of YouTube, I find myself just pressed for time all the time. Pressed for time doing the YouTube, doing my day job, and I don't have good time to plan all of these destinations for this road trip. So this is a very interactive road trip, the Great Lakes road trip. Jody Lynn, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I actually have been to that. I went to that maybe 20 years ago. I think it's expanded a lot since I've been there. And they've inducted some cool bands there. They inducted Nine Inch Nails and Depeche Mode, and I think The Cure, all within the last 10 years. So I will definitely be going back to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Steven says, have you been to the Great North Woods in Maine? I have not. No, I've been to Baxter State Park, but that's it. That's the farthest I've made it. I would love to get up there and see some of those amazing, what is it, Moosehead Lake? One of the largest lakes in the US. I'd love to get up there. Not during the cold season, though. That's going to have to be a summer thing. Francine says, Nemacolin Castle, Brownsville. Originally constructed in 1786. Where is that? Pennsylvania? I'm assuming not Brownsville, Texas, right? Nemacolin Castle. Is it in Pennsylvania, New York? Where is that? Ohio. Maybe it's in Ohio. Okay. Ohio sure has a lot of peach orchards. Really? Really? I thought Georgia was the peach orchard capital of the United States. My mother used to keep track of the best bathrooms to stop at. Yeah, I do that too. I keep mental track of that. Yes, very rare to see a skinny puppy hoodie, says Vince. I have multiple skinny puppy hoodies. I've seen them live so many times. I hope they tour again. Supposedly their last tour was their last ever. I hope that's not the case. The two Kevins are just too much of a great show when they combine their skills. I love Skinny Puppy. Pennsylvania, Francine. Okay, so what was it? That place you were talking about, that castle is in Pennsylvania. All right, good to know. Lots of cool stuff in Pennsylvania. Ohio is a rhubarb capital, says Sally. Is that true? Ohio is the rhubarb capital? I know they have that buckeye, that weird tree that only grows in Ohio. I didn't know they had other fauna and flora that were native to Ohio. Cuyahoga River. Yes, I've been to the Cuyahoga River. I've been to Cuyahoga National Park. I'm not a huge fan of Cuyahoga National Park. I feel like it's one of those parks that was made for political reasons. I appreciate that there's some waterfalls and a great river right there near a very flat part of the country, near a big city. But there's so many highways and stuff intersecting Cuyahoga National Park that there's no like good long trail you can do and just like disappear from the city. You know what I mean? Not my favorite national park, but I love all the national parks. Ohio has a lot to offer. I actually like the Hocking Hills of Ohio better than Cuyahoga National Park. International Women's Air and Space Museum in Cleveland, says Trucker John Show. That sounds really good. Yeah, I can't write stuff down anymore. I'm going to have to read this in retrospect tomorrow. By the way, when this posts, these replays they post as like regular videos, the video quality should be much better after it's had like time to process and stuff. And that's what I will do tomorrow. So I feel like I'm missing a ton of suggestions here. Castle Rock in the Upper Peninsula is a tourist trap. I've explored the Upper Peninsula a lot. I actually spent a good fair amount of time there. Pictured rocks, stayed in some campgrounds. I love the Upper Peninsula. Very cool. Yeah, Pennsylvania is awesome, says B Skeen. I don't know. B Skeen, B Scene, something. Pennsylvania is God's country. I tell you. That's a state that has just a great diversity of landscapes and miniature cultures within it. You know, Pennsylvania is an amazing state. Picturesque, really. I love Pennsylvania. 9:30? Is it 9:30 already? Oh my god. Wow, time is flying. I'm about to do another toast, but I still have half of this one to get through. Hold on a sec, folks. This is a toast, the 22 some odd suggestions I've gotten so far that at least I've bothered to write down. You guys are making my 2026 Great Lake road trip a reality tonight. Y'all are helping me out. All right. Cheers, a toast to 2025 and all these great suggestions. People are still talking about places in Pennsylvania. A lot of people from Pennsylvania in here, huh? Gray Towers Castle in Glenside, Pennsylvania. Originally summer home of the Pinchot family, like Bronson Pinchot, Belky from Perfect Strangers. His family has a castle. Bronson Pinchot from, what was it, Beverly Hills Cop? That guy, his family has a castle. That's crazy. I love Perfect Strangers. I used to watch that all the time. Yeah, Pennsylvania is literally squared away, says Jot. I think I have plenty of suggestions for Pennsylvania. I think I've gotten a lot of suggestions for everywhere, but I am going to be spending, my plan is to spend 2 weeks in Michigan and cap it off with a big 4th of July celebration somewhere in Michigan. So if any of y'all have know like a big 4th of July party going on, whether it's in a park or something, in a major city, in a neighborhood, anything. I would rather honestly not be in a major city, but kind of like on the outskirts of a major city. I want to celebrate the 4th of July in big Michigan fashion. Someone Jot says Bronson Pinchot doesn't have a castle. Oh, that's too bad. He deserves a castle. I guess it's a different Pinchot family. Favorite Depeche Mode record, Violator, says Vince. Violator is probably my favorite album of all time by anyone. I listened to that album on repeat to the exclusion of all other music for like 2 years. I ran a Depeche Mode fan site called Digital Mode in the late 90s. I got to interview Dave Gahan through email. And my first ever concert was Depeche Mode at the Worcester Centrum in 1998 on their singles tour. Stabbing Westward was the opening act. Yeah, I love Depeche Mode. I've seen them on every tour multiple times. Pinchot Castle. All right, so we've established that Bronson Pinchot from Perfect Strangers does not have a castle. It's a different Pinchot family, apparently. I would still love to check that out. I love castles. I just went to Hammond Castle. I don't know how many of y'all just saw that. Like 2 or 3 videos ago, I went to this castle by built by the guy who invented the remote control and also like the radio controlled submarine torpedo. This guy was a genius. He invented all sorts of stuff. And he built a castle in the north shore of Mass called Hammond Castle. For no other reason than he was a huge buff of like King Arthur's legends and like historic castles and stuff. And it was amazing. It inspired me. Made me realize that that's my goal in life, I think now. I want to live in a van until I'm like 60 or 70, save up as much as I possibly can, and build a giant castle. I want my castle to have some unique features to it, though. I don't like acute angles in rooms. I don't like right angles or smaller in rooms. I just feel like they're a waste of space. They feel claustrophobic. I want to build a castle where every room has an obtuse angle. That means it has to have at least 5 sides, be a pentagon. I might build a castle where every room is just like a series of interconnected pentagons, like a bee's nest or something, a honeycomb. That would be my castle. I also like Victorian architecture, so the outside has to look like Victorian and stuff. Why am I talking about castles? Van Lodger, I used to live near Hammond Castle, but never did the tour. Yeah, that's amazing. You used to live there and never actually toured it. It's funny, that's something I've encountered everywhere I go and something I also experienced. I had a friend who lived in New York City, my best friend for a while. She lived in New York City for like 20, 30 years. She never went to like the Statue of Liberty, never went to Top of the Rock. All of this touristy stuff she did for the first time with me, which I thought was crazy. But I also grew up in the Berkshires. I never went to like Tanglewood or like any of the cultural mecca stuff around here. When you grow up in a place, you tend to kind of take for granted what's there and not discover it until you're older. Hammond Castle was a very cool tour, though. I'm glad I finally got to see the inside of that. You should go back and see it for yourself. I barely scratched the surface. I try not to record other people in the shot in the castle and stuff, but every room of that Hammond Castle is mind blowing. Mind blowing. They're all different. One room I felt like I was in like the early medieval age, maybe even like the Roman British age. It's just like so crazy. Heavy oak tables. I love Hammond Castle. I want to explore a lot of castles on this road trip, and y'all have suggested a bunch so far. Peter says if you make it to Wisconsin, Door County is very cool. Okay, yeah, I do want to make it to Wisconsin. Door County, I will put that on the agenda. I take that back. I'm not sure I'm gonna get to Wisconsin this time because I did go there a few road trips ago and saw a lot of stuff. How are we doing on time? It's almost time for another toast. I am definitely going to drink this one slow. This is a pink lemonade thing right here. I want to do another toast to 2025. This one is on getting a new job. Sometimes that's all it takes to make your life infinitely better. If you don't like your job or you're unsatisfied, just start updating your resume. Go on LinkedIn, put yourself out there, step outside of your comfort zone. Even if you don't get job offers, it's just such a good exercise. I stepped outside of my comfort zone at the beginning of this year and it paid off. I have a job that I love that I'm going to keep. I'm not talking about YouTube. I'm talking about my day job. This is about new jobs, new beginnings. Cheers to everyone. Pink lemonade. Wow. Yeah, that stuff is tasty. All right, I'm trying to read the comments. Have I been to Biltmore Estate in North Carolina? I have. That's the Vanderbilt estate. The Vanderbilt estate, I think, right? It's in Asheville. I did go there. I was impressed to learn that people still live in this place, this Gilded Age castle built by the Vanderbilt family. And there's like a wine orchard and stuff. But people actually live there. I went to Elvis Presley's mansion, Graceland, before the van life thing on one of my photography road trips. I was shocked to learn that Priscilla Presley still lives at Graceland and just shows up randomly. And sometimes she will like come down from upstairs while they're doing tours of the downstairs and stuff. And she will like she leaves all her dirty dishes in the kitchen, the tour guide said, because she knows that the tour guides will come in and clean it all up before they bring the tour groups in. I thought that was hilarious. I thought that was funny. But Biltmore Mansion in North Carolina is amazing. It's the Vanderbilt family. Anderson Cooper's family. He's doing his own live stream tonight on CNN, I think. Some of y'all might be watching that on a second screen. Probably my biggest competition tonight. He's from the Vanderbilt family, you know. But yeah, Biltmore Mansion was awesome. I love mansions. I love all those Gilded Age things. I can't believe people built those things. Toronto Guitar says, yep, old Fort Henry in Kingston, Ontario is pretty cool. That's right in the Thousand Islands region, I think, right? Also, the Castle Casa Loma in Toronto is worth a look. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to bring my van into Canada. So, a couple years ago, I actually did that. I was coming back from the Upper Peninsula and I needed to get back to Boston in like a single day or something. Like I had to work the next day. I did not plan it well. But I drove through Canada to save myself the hassle of 3 hours of going through Ohio, just make the trip short. And when I went through the border, the Canadian border guards were great. They let me right in. One of them said he loved the van. It looked really cool, he said. But when I had to re-enter the United States from Canada, right by like Niagara Falls, I think it was, that American border guard pulled me over. He was convinced I had other people inside the van. He called over a crew of like 5 people. They went inside my van, made me bring the mattress up, pull the slats up. I thought they were going to cut open my gray water my water tank, and see if I had a body in there. Made me open up the drawers like these drawers right here. He thought I had a person up there. He made me take these out. I don't know. So I probably will not be going into Canada again, at least not with the van. This is like, it's not just my car, it's my house. You know what I mean? And I feel very attached to everything in here. Having a vehicle searched is one thing. Having your home searched is a whole new invasion of privacy. And I'm not sure I want to experience that again. It's not the Canadians I'm worried about, it's the Americans. They're just terrible. So unfortunately, I probably will not be going into Canada and will miss that stuff. All the Canada side of the Great Lakes, I'm sure there's tons of cool stuff there. Tons of cool stuff. Kingston, Toronto. I have been to Toronto. It's a beautiful city. It's a huge city. But I won't be doing that, unfortunately. We got some new people in here. Jeff Vanlife from Southern California saying hello. Where in Southern California are you from, Jeff? I've heard San Diego passed a law where any vehicle over 7 feet tall, you cannot park anywhere for over 2 hours. Like the most draconianly worded anti-van dwelling law I've ever heard of. I think that was San Diego. And I think LA and San Fran have also really cracked down on van life. You know, the YouTube has gotten me into like video editing, storytelling, the entertainment industry, a career I never thought I would like wander into. And this year I've seriously considered moving to LA and getting into the entertainment industry. Video production, putting a story together. I like making the little music videos and stuff. I bet I could find work doing that. But the thing is, I want to live in a van. I don't want to have to rent in LA. I don't want to get an apartment or a house or anything like that. I love the van life too much. And if LA has cracked down on van life as much as I hear, then I don't think I'll ever be able to do that. I need to read here because I was just asking where that Southern California person was from, and I've already lost the place. Speaking of black and red, you would love Alkaline Trio Vibe. Okay, that's a band, right? They like black and red. Old Fort Henry in Kingston. Yeah, I won't be able to make it to Kingston, Ontario, folks. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Did I get some super chats here? Paraglide 2004, $20 from one Depeche Mode fan to another. Thank you so much. Sorry I missed your super chat. I was blabbing, I guess. Yeah, Depeche Mode is awesome. I was in my teens. I was a goth teen. I was very introverted, had like almost no friends, and I listened to Violator on repeat like every day. I love that album. I love it. I still do. I'm very sad that Fletcher died last year. That was very heartbreaking. I did see the tour. I hope Martin and Dave still are able to tour, you know. Something would die inside me if Depeche Mode ever stops touring. All right, something is going on in my chat is stuck. All right, there we go. I think I may have missed a super chat, folks. I don't know what just happened. I clicked on something and it disappeared. Frank Fantazi, one of my members, he comments on everything. Hello, Matt. Frank, happy New Year's Eve. I hope you're having a great time. Thanks for stopping by my live stream. I'm amazed I've got 463 people. That's crazy. That is crazy. I'd be so happy with just like 50 people, you know. I think in just like a cozy space. This is just mind blowing, folks. I'm so thankful to all you for coming in here and keeping me company on this New Year's Eve. You know, actually, I just want to say I'll do one more spiel, one more story. When I first got into van life, my first Christmas Eve, I was begging for a van life YouTuber like Chrome or someone to do a Christmas Eve live stream. Just something I could watch, something to keep me company, and no one did. And I don't know what I did. I just felt so alone. So I told myself, you know, if I ever get a following, I'm going to do a Christmas Eve live stream. I know there are people out there just like in vehicles, you know, sleeping somewhere in a parking lot. I know they're out there just desperate for like companionship on an evening that we're all supposed to celebrate and be happy. New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve. So that's why I did these this year, and I think they have gone great. It's brought like 500 people in each time, which blows my mind. And I'm not a big YouTube channel by any means. I'm not big. I have like 16,000 subscribers, which is small, you know. There are so many van life channels out there. I get them in my feed. I discover new ones every day, ones I've never heard of with like hundreds of thousands of followers. It's crazy. I'm nowhere near that. And the fact that 500 people are willing to join me on this New Year's Eve, I think that alone is worth another stab at this shot of pink lemonade. Here's a toast to the 500 people joining me on this New Year's Eve. Thank you, all of you, my viewers, my commenters, my members. Yeah, I'm so ready for summer, folks. I don't know about y'all. I know a lot of you are from Mass and the Northeast in general. I can tell by the chats. Y'all must be freezing. Y'all must be absolutely freezing. Love Dog 13 asks an interesting question. Do you have brothers or sisters? I come from a very Brady Bunch family. I have one full biological brother who's older. I have a stepbrother who's the next oldest after me, who I'm actually really close to. And then I have 3 half siblings who are like 20 years younger than me. So it's not like a normal brother sister relationship, you know, it's like a Brady Bunch family spread out over 25 years. My dad always wanted a daughter and he kept trying for like 25 years until he got one. Then he finally stopped. I do have some siblings, but we've never been close. Like, we're close now. We have a good relationship, but I've always been kind of a loner in terms of like the family thing. I have my step siblings live around here in Mass. It's the only reason I kind of like come to Western Mass and hang out. My mother lives in Vancouver, where a guy named Doug, who's one of my regular commenters, he lives in Vancouver. My dad lived here. He passed away in 2003. He was like the closest family member I had, and he died in 2003. Since then, I've felt very like alone, kind of, yeah. But I've developed a relationship with you all. This is like YouTube and vlogging is a funny thing because when I bring the camera with me on my road trips and stuff, I I don't feel alone anymore because of the camera. I almost feel like y'all are there with me. It feels like I have company now. The company, it's just my stupid phone, you know, like weeks before I get the video up, but it feels like there's a presence with me now, and I like that a lot. It's just made everything more fun, and I feel connected. It's like I have a parasocial relationship with you all. Maybe you feel something like that too. I don't know. I think that second pink lemonade shot is starting to get to the noggin. I'm starting to feel it, and it's almost 10 o'clock. Oh my god. I've been yapping for 2 hours, folks. Can we just take a second to appreciate that I've been talking for 2 hours straight? After I did that, so after I did the Christmas Eve live stream, in which I spoke for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Like 10 minutes of that wasn't broadcast because the internet was down. But folks, I had never spoken that continuously that long before in my life. It's like running a track. It leaves you winded. I crashed and went to sleep like 5 minutes after that thing was done. It was a great sense of accomplishment. But talking continuously takes a lot out of you. I would love to have a helper because I see the chat scrolling at the peripheral of my eye while I'm talking to you all. I wish I had someone who could like summarize this and capture everything. Derek Borden 482, another super chat. You gave me one. You gave me a couple already tonight, I think, Derek. Thank you so much, dude. $10. Got to run. I don't know, is that recent? I'm losing count, folks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What are people saying? Shenandoah. Shenandoah is awesome. Been there many times. Even DJs don't talk for 2 hours straight. I know, right? Even radio shows, podcasters, they don't talk for 4 hours straight. I did it. I had like no voice Christmas morning. I hadn't experienced that in a long time. I woke up Christmas morning and just like couldn't talk until like noon. My voice was just so raspy just from talking. Calf IH3. Matt, you've done an overnight on top of Hogback Mountain. I don't think I have. Where is that? Is that in the White Mountains of New Hampshire? Where's Hogback Mountain? Oh, I'd like to. I've overnighted on the tops of many mountains. Many. Something I love to do. The sunrise. Excuse me, folks. The sunrise from a mountaintop is like a religious experience. If you can ever experience something like that in your life, I've seen the sunrise from the top of West Bond in the Whites, from the top of Mount Lafayette. I slept up there one time. Bunch of places in Maine, a whole bunch of mountains, and I would love to do something like that again, for sure. That's something I do a lot less strenuous hiking since I've gotten into van life that now than I used to do in the photography days. I think it's because I don't like leaving the van at a trailhead parked overnight while I camp somewhere. I've become more averse to leaving the van unattended. That's another thing about living in a vehicle. Sooner or later, once you make the connection that your entire life is in that vehicle, you're not going to want to leave it out of your sight, even for a couple of minutes. I've seen some YouTubers, some van life YouTubers. Well, one, Roaming Reckless, I think her name is. She got her van broken into while she's at like a Starbucks or something. And she had a complete breakdown. I completely relate to her. I would have a complete breakdown too. If I came back to my van after camping for a couple nights in the woods somewhere and the window was smashed in and someone went through here and ransacked it, I would be emotionally destroyed. You know, no amount of insurance can make something like that less harsh. So that's one thing I do a lot less of. I do a lot less overnights on mountaintops. I do a lot less camping somewhere far away from the van. I just don't like leaving it unattended. I wish I could say that's something you outgrow, but it's just something you never get comfortable with when you live in a van. It's just, you know, yeah. Frank, your dad died when you were 12. Frank, I'm so sorry. That had to be really hard. That had to be really hard. You know, my dad died when I was like 40, and I only really got to know him really well within the last year before his death. We did a cross country road trip together. My dad was like me in his 20s and 30s when I was being raised. He was a very quiet fellow, very quiet. But I cherish the memories of my dad. I hope you cherish the memories of your dad. I'm sure you have plenty, you know? But I'm sorry about that. That is a young age to lose a parent. Wow. Wow. Eat some pretzels, Matt. Something in your stomach besides booze. Folks, I gotta get that guacamole going. I think my plan was to get that going at 10. So, what I have here, I'm gonna use my camping stove again, this little thing. I don't want to get the propane burner out. I got this at the grocery store. It's just like chopped onions, some chopped garlic, chopped celery, chopped green peppers. If I can figure out how to open these tamper-proof looking things. I just find like onion and garlic taste 10,000 times better if you roast it first. I used to make guacamole all the time. The lid was on that. Did you see that? Yeah, I dated a Cuban girlfriend. She made guacamole and like all sorts of stuff all the time and really taught me how to make it. So I'm just gonna get this cooking with a little bit of oil. I'm gonna put some of that banana stuff in this right here. I will stick to the dropper, folks. I will not absolutely pollute it by pouring it in. But I'm gonna do 2 droppers. I love this stuff. This stuff, see if you can find this stuff on Amazon. Banana extract. If you don't want to eat it, it's just like a perfume. The minute you open the bottle, the smell just emanates everywhere. It's amazing. Yeah, I want to get some oil and I want to throw a little bit of spice on. Salt, celery salt. I'm trying to avoid rock salt. I just find it a little too abrasive and I get so much of that in my pretzels. So I'm just going to put a little of that in and get this cooking. Just saute it a little bit. Let's get this heated up. Yeah, this is one of those little canned heat camping stove. This is what I relied on for cooking before I got the propane cooktops. And I love that thing. It's so easy to set up. I actually got that little camping stove. It's origami, like so many things that I own. I love things that fold up into small shapes. I got it at, I think, Wall Drug in South Dakota. You put the little canned heat thing under it, and you can boil water with that thing. I'm not sure. It doesn't get as hot as propane. I'm not sure I'd cook poultry with it. But like most other things, it works great. So I also have... I just got some avocado paste. Like I said, I don't want to have to mash up the stuff. I'm going to let that saute for a little while. Maybe I should not throw it like that. I want to get that up and running and edible by the time we do the countdown at midnight. So that is my cooking for the evening. The chestnuts last time, if you saw that live stream, I cooked chestnuts for the Christmas Eve live stream. They're delicious. They tasted great, but it's so much work for so little meat. It's like taking a whole lobster apart just to get one fork full of lobster meat for every single time you do it. It was so much work. They were great though. I cooked them like perfectly. Whatever I did, I had like 4 shots of eggnog towards the end. I had no idea what I was doing, but it came out really well. The chestnuts. Just I boiled them, I think. I don't even remember what I did. The hardest part about the chestnuts is just peeling that blasted shell off. You really have to score it first and try not to like slice your hand open while you're doing that. So I'll do chestnuts again next Christmas, but until then, that's too much work going on in the background. This is easy enough. A little sauce I'll have going. Oh, I'm so behind on this, folks. I'm so sorry. Dan Yorland 7899 $10. Thank you very much, man. Thanks for the super chat. That goes a long way. I greatly appreciate it. Oh, LF the Riasca. Oh my god, some of these names are so long, folks. I teach online and talk for hours. You need to drink water along the way and pee about every hour and 10 minutes. That's a good idea. I'm gonna have some Diet Coke. I need to wet the whistle. Give me a second, folks. I will read while I rehydrate. Disaster incoming, says Polar Red. Is that because I have a flame going? Evil Zipper. Someone asked for your best advice based on your experience going in 2026. My best advice: step outside of your comfort zone and do something you've never done before. You know, trial and error is the best way to learn anything. Making mistakes, it might just be the only way to learn. I have a formative memory of an episode of Little House on the Prairie I saw in the early 80s. In this scene, some boy comes up to Michael Landon and he says to Michael Landon, who's like the dad, you know, the patriarch in that TV show Little House on the Prairie, he says, "Sir, I embarrassed your daughter at school today. I'm so sorry. How do I make it up to her? I know she's up there crying. I just don't know what to say." Michael Landon says, "Son, just put yourself before her and the words will come." I think that's the best piece of advice I've ever heard. You know, you can just ruminate for hours about what to do in a situation and just like fear it, build your life around like avoiding a tough situation. I've learned the best thing to do is just put yourself in that situation, and even if you don't know what you're going to do ahead of time, just trust your instinct. You will figure it out. Everything is fixable. You will figure it out. Everything I've done this year has been about stepping outside of my comfort zone, changing jobs in middle age, like mid career. You know how hard that was, but I did it. I just started interviewing and I just did it. And I took it day by day. Doing a live stream, even this, putting myself out there like I'm a radio host or something. I just said, you know what? This might be stressful. It's like public speaking. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to hit go live, see what happens. So my best advice for 2026 is just get outside of your comfort zone. Do something new and interesting where you're going to be challenged, because you'll come out the other side a stronger person with more capabilities. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? Am I rambling? What am I missing? I missed so much in my recent rambling, folks. I'm so sorry. How warm is it in the van right now? 67 degrees. It's warm. I have my Esperbacher blowing. I have it on the lowest fan setting. I could boost it up and get it warmer in here, but it makes a lot of background noise. That's the only reason I'm not doing that. So it's warm. It is cold outside, though. I think it's like 18 degrees outside right now, and it's supposed to be in the single digits tomorrow. I'm like close to burping, folks. Sorry. If I burp in this live stream, you're just going to have to excuse me. I'll try to mute it. I got to remember that I have this muting power right here. I got to remember that. I should take advantage of that. Did I open the roof vent because I'm boiling stuff? No, I did not. That should be good enough. I don't have water in there. It's just some oil. I'm sure there's water like embedded in the vegetables and stuff. Thank you for reminding me. The roof vent is open. Little House on the Prairie is gold. Yeah, I grew up watching that show too. 23 degrees in Keene right now. Yeah, 23 degrees Fahrenheit is cold. I am so sick of the cold, man. I'm just like done with the cold. It's like, I think I looked it up one time. January 21st is statistically the coldest day of the year in Boston. I found a website where you can put any geographic coordinate in the United States and it tells you what the coldest day of the year is. The vast majority, like 99% of the country, it's between like January 20th to I think like February 6th in that window. I call that the doldrums of winter, the low point of winter. I'm going to try to get out of town for that. I'm taking a week off from like January 16th and taking a week going down to New York City for a week. I'm going to see my mother. She's flying in from Vancouver. We'll be doing a ton of stuff. I am so looking forward to that. I haven't not seen my mother in a long time. I love her dearly. It's hard being like 3,300 miles away from your last surviving parent. But New York City is warmer than it is here in Boston. It's always like 10, 15 degrees warmer. And then I'm taking another week off after that. I was thinking of going south, just driving down as far as I can get until it gets warmer. Delaware, maybe Virginia again, just until early February and then come back. Yeah, I just need to get out of the cold. It sucks because January 20th is the coldest day of the year. That's still in like another month away, you know? That's like another 3 weeks away. It's only going to keep getting colder. I just can't take the cold. I'm all done with the cold. Yeah. And I'm a busybody, you know. I don't really hibernate. I like to be outside doing stuff even if it's freezing cold out. Much to the chagrin of people who might be with me at the time. Portland, Oregon is 38 degrees and dry. 38 sounds tropical to me. I would love 38-degree temperatures right now. Are you serious? I would take that in a heartbeat. Once it gets above freezing, I'm just like a happy person. Like my standards are so low. 31 degrees, I'm like, yay, you know? As long as there's liquid water outside, I am happy. Scooter, happy New Year's Eve. Thank you, man. You too. Where are you from, Scooter Wisdom? Really tough when it's negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Oh my God. J.R. Mason? Is it negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit where you are right now? No way. Were you on the top of Mount Washington? That's crazy cold. 26 in Taunton, yeah. 48 degrees in Louisiana. That seems very cold. That is Army Soldier 3398 is in Louisiana. He says it's 48. That seems cold for the South, for the deep South, isn't it? I thought it rarely gets below 50, like down there, even during the winter. Daylight lasting longer every day. Yeah, we are gaining. I looked this up. I have a Ephemeris app on my phone. I think we're gaining like 6 seconds of daylight or something like that today, and tomorrow we'll be gaining like 9 seconds of daylight, something like that. It's a slow grind back towards the illuminated hours of the summer. You know, we got a ways to go, but we will be having our first 5 p.m. sunset, I think just before, I think like January 20 something, 25th. We have our first 5 p.m. sunset in Boston. Looking forward to that. It's so hard when you get out of work and it's already dark outside, you know? It's just so depressing around here, especially if you work inside all day. Working remotely has changed the game to an extent because I can actually see outside and see the daylight. But before COVID, when I was working in an office every day, my last office did not have windows. It was like on the interior of this massive office building. I'd get in there in the morning when it's dark in the winter, and I would get out and it's dark, and I wouldn't see daylight for like until the weekend. It was so depressing. Momo, he must be in Northeast Canada. Yeah, if it's -20 wherever you are, that's crazy. TT Vegas says high 50s, low 60s here in Las Vegas in the wintertime. That's what I'm talking about. Believe it or not, I have never been to Las Vegas, ever. I came so close to going to Vegas in college with my dorm mates. Then again, like in my early 20s, and then like 2 or 3 times in my 20s, I almost went to Vegas. And for some reason, I always backed out at the last minute. Something happened and I didn't make it. So I've still never been to Vegas. I would love to go there. I'd love to go there in my van. I'd love to see Red Rocks. Love to see all of that stuff. It's so much driving to get out of there. You need more than 3 weeks off to go across country and back. I did take this van out to Seattle and back 2 or 3 years ago. I forget, when I went to Glacier. And I just like I just drove all day, like 12 hours a day, just to make it happen. That's how long it takes to drive. I don't ever want to do that again. If I'm doing a road trip, I don't like to drive for more than 4 hours. If I'm going to go out to Vegas or something, I need like a whole month off of work. I'm not sure I will ever get that at the job I have right now, unfortunately. Haas, Vegas is not what it used to be. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of mixed comments about Vegas in like Reddit and stuff about how it's not as like it's not as packed as it used to be, I guess. Is that because of all the online DraftKings and like all the online gambling stuff there is now? It's a bit because of that. It's kind of sad because I feel like Las Vegas was a uniquely American experience and kind of like a cultural touchstone for a while. The internet is killing so much, folks. So much. Oh my god. It's killing the entire town of Vegas. Is that what's happening? Yeah. South of Tampa. I would love to be in Tampa right now. What temperature is it in Tampa right now? Last time I was in Tampa, it was 128 degrees. And I did not have air conditioning in here. Can you believe that? I need to take another sip of water, folks. Hold on a sec. Mamo, do you have a place you can leave the van if you need to fly? I do now. I would not leave it at the airports because Logan is all like garage and I cannot fit this inside a garage. But now if I were to fly, I would leave it at like some friends. I have friends who have lent me their driveway. That's what I would do. I'm glad I have that option. You know, van life, you're going to need friends. No person is an island. You're going to need to be rescued. I've been rescued many times. If you're going to be living in a vehicle, you know, get your social relationships in order first before you dive headlong into living in a vehicle. You can't be doing it all alone, folks. I'm telling you. You're going to need help. You're going to need a close friend or family member just to provide you a legal address, for one thing. Get your mail. But also just to give you moral support, a place to like put your van if you want to fly somewhere, stuff like that. I am so thankful for where I'm staying right now. These friends are the bomb. I have other friends here in town. I've had many of you, the commenters, offer me places to stay. Frank out there in the bunker out in Chester, or not Chester, Worthington, the nuke bunker. I did an entire video about it. I thank him. I thank others who have lent me driveways and places to stay. Yeah, very grateful for that. So that's what I would do if I would fly. I would leave my van at a friend's driveway and then fly. Ever been to Maui, says Francine. Believe it or not, that's the only Hawaiian island I never went to. I went to all the ones except Maui when I went to Hawaii. Did like 3 weeks there back in 2018 or 2019, I think. I'll be honest with you, I was kind of disappointed by Hawaii. I felt like it was a big letdown. I like the Big Island the most because there's just the most to do there, but A lot of the Big Island just felt like Connecticut or something. It did not feel that tropical. There's a whole half the island that just doesn't feel tropical at all. I went to Kauai, which is the most wild one. It's where they filmed the original Jurassic Park. I was in Kauai for I think 4 nights, and it was foggy the entire time. I could not see more than 10 yards in front of me in any direction the entire time I was in Kauai. It ruined the experience. Is Maui the best of the Hawaiian Islands? I would go there just to say I've been to Maui. That was the only island I did not get to. Yeah, what's your tattoo? A couple of people are asking about the tattoo. This is the Eye of Horus, Horus. I don't know if you can see it. Also known as the all-seeing eye. Horus was an Egyptian owl god who supposedly saw the world destroyed 3 times, so he had the wisdom of all ages, but he had no voice, so he couldn't relay it to anyone else. He had to just keep it all inside. It was a story that spoke to me when I was a troubled youth, a very quiet boy, and when I was 21, I got that tattoo. I have no regrets about it. I like it a lot. I've never gotten another tattoo, though. I think tattoos and piercings are awesome. I think they look great on people most of the time. Janet, yes, my tattoo is the Eye of Horus. You got it. Matt, you're in Dalton a lot. I am, yeah. I received my mail in Dalton, that's why. My business, I have a address just to receive packages related to the van or related to Under the Radar van from sponsors and stuff. I receive that stuff in Dalton. And USPS, they're only open like Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. And there's a coffee shop there that doesn't mind me camping out for like all day long, so I go there a lot. I like Dalton a lot. I have no desire to see Hawaii. I'd much rather go to Vancouver Island or Europe, says Momo. Yeah, I mean, Hawaii's great just to say you've been there, but I was disappointed by it. I would have rather gone to Vancouver Island or Europe as well, to be honest with you. I have been to some parts of Europe, the UK, France, Amsterdam. Hawaii is very overrated, TT Vegas. You got that right. I'm telling you, it is so overrated. I got there, like, Hawaii had been built up in my mind so much through all of the movies I watched, the TV shows I'd watched as a youth, as this tropical oasis. I got to Hawaii, and like I said, a lot of the Big Island just feels like Connecticut, and people are, like, so lazy with their posted business hours. I'd get to a coffee shop that was supposed to open at 9, and the guy wouldn't open it until like 9:45, and he's like, yeah, whatever, like, no one cares. It's just like, I don't know, it was a very slow, lazy pace of life that a busybody like me did not like. And I actually spent like over 2 weeks in the Hawaiian Islands. I got island fever. I was ready to get the hell out of there by the end of it. So I don't think I'll be going back to Hawaii, to be honest with you. If I did, it would be a very short stay. I'm a person who likes to move around. Oh, what are we saying? Hawaii was like Connecticut, really? Yeah, the Big Island of Hawaii. I swear to God. Drive through it. There's one half of the island. It's all just like maple trees. It looks like Connecticut. There's nothing tropical about it. I swear to God. It's like maple and elm and pine. It felt like Connecticut. It was flat. I don't know what part of the Big Island it was, but yeah, and then you get closer to the center, and it's that giant Mauna Kea, which I climbed to the top of that. An amazing experience. It's like another planet at the top of that Mauna Kea, but they put so many observatories up there. It looks like Mars, but there's like all these observatories, and a lot of them are abandoned. They don't demolish them. They just keep building new ones. That's called island time. Yes, rescue dog treats, island time. Absolutely. Everyone there is on island time. Posted business hours are just merely a suggestion. Jim Toger, Matt, where's my New Year's hat? I don't have one. I do have my Christmas hat. Maybe I'll put that on for a little bit. Does keep my head warm. Feels kind of nice. I don't know what a New Year's hat would look like a cone, a silver cone or something. 10 degrees Celsius in Pakistan. 10 degrees Celsius is above freezing. So I would take that any day. That's tropical to me right now. Where I am, it's negative 12 degrees Celsius. But you're in Pakistan, really? Muhammad Usman, UH4BC. Watching from Pakistan. That's awesome, man. Thanks. That's probably the most exotic place. How do you even find my channel from Pakistan? What are you like following that led you to me? I'm very curious. Francine, I love Maui. Quiet. Yeah, like I said, Maui's one place I've never been to. Maybe I should go back there. I don't mean to like knock on. I don't want to. I try not to diss places, because I know there's people from these places. But yeah. Do I have an Amazon wish list? Michelle asks. I do not. No. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Yeah. There is stuff that I definitely want to buy that could help me improve things in here. I would love to get a wired security camera setup. So I have these wireless security cameras that broadcast to a thing right here. But from time to time, I have to bring them inside and charge them via USB, which is a pain in the ass. I'd love to get something like permanently wired. It's a project. Then I can just flip that on and toggle between channels and not have to like worry about the charge. So there are definitely many improvements I can make to the van. Maybe I'll put that on an Amazon wish list. I don't even know how to make a wish list. I will figure that out. I think there might be beautiful rocks in Pakistan. Yeah, Pakistan is very rocky, I think. It's like on the edge of the Himalayas, isn't it? Amazing landscapes out there, amazing mountains in Pakistan. I'd love to go there sometime. You should do Mount Rushmore and dig for gold in South Dakota. I've done Mount Rushmore and I've been to South Dakota. I did not dig for gold. I'll tell you a story about South Dakota. That's the Badlands National Park, right? So I was driving through Badlands National Park a couple of road trips ago. Badlands only has one road. Like you're kind of railroaded from east to west. You had to stay on this road. I was coming up on this overlook there, and there was a lone, I don't know what the species is. It's the animal on the buffalo nickel. It might be a bison. I have no idea. Let's call it species X. There was a lone species X standing there, like with its tongue hanging out of its mouth, its eyes like off to the side, and it was just kind of rocking back and forth, kind of like stimming the way an autistic person does, like just going like that. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with that animal? First of all, I thought species X was a herd animal. There were no other buffalo or bison, whatever it is, around. It was just by itself. So I'm like, there must be something wrong with this animal. Humans have like a certain percentage of the population with like special needs and stuff. I'm sure other animals have that too. So I thought this was like a special needs buffalo, bison. Then I got to Yellowstone a few days later. I was walking down a trail. I encountered the same thing, this buffalo bison thing, blocking the trail. Folks, this was the dumbest looking animal I've ever seen. It is etched in my memory. Its eyes were like rolling around off the sides. Its tongue was hanging out. And it was just like doing the same thing, rocking back and forth, stimming, making this weird noise. And there's not much of a brain up there. This is a weird looking animal, the buffalo. Its head is like 3 times larger than it needs to be. You know how a human baby, its head is like a third of its body mass? That's how it was for this animal. And there ain't much brains in there. This was the dumbest looking animal I've ever seen. And like the main thing I remember from my trip through Yellowstone, the stupid looking animal. So I got back to Western Mass, was hanging out with some friends and family. They asked me if I had any good stories. So I told them the story about the dumbest looking animal I've ever seen, this species in Yellowstone. And they were all like, "That's a horrible story, Matt. I can't believe that's your number one story from Yellowstone." Yeah, that's my number one story from Yellowstone. I saw the dumbest looking animal I've ever seen in my entire life. Yep. That is my story, folks. I hope you like it. It's probably a terrible story. By the way, by dumb looking, I don't mean like ugly. I mean like it just looked like it had no brains in its body, you know. It was just like in space. That's what I meant. Free ice water and nickel coffee, Robert. Where's that? Damn, you're hating hard on that animal. I'm not hating on it. I don't know. Sometimes you see something. I'm a very visual person, you know. Certain sights just leave an imprint in my memory, and the sight of that buffalo with that stupid look on its face. I don't even know if it was buffalo or a bison. Oh yeah, I gotta stir my veggies. Holy cow. Shit, they are just about done. You know what? I'm gonna stir them and put this out. I completely forgot about this, folks. I'm glad I read the comments from time to time. Yeah, I'm just kind of sauteing and roasting the onions a little bit. I can smell it. It smells great. Oh my god. How come onions smell so great when they're emanating from a pan, but smell so bad when it's coming out of someone's mouth? You know what I mean? Why is that? I think this is actually good enough. I'm going to blow this out. Let that cool for a little bit, and then I will throw this in. Maybe I'll just throw it in right now. Let it kind of melt a little bit. The pan is piping hot. This is my homemade guacamole with banana, folks. We're going to find out how it tastes. Not exactly chestnut, but the theme is summer. All right, it's liquefying a little bit. I will let that cool off and settle. And then after we do the countdown, I will give that a taste. Guys, thank you for reminding me about that. I completely forgot I had something cooking in here. It is so hard to do this, like to juggle everything. I really wish I had a helper for these live streams. This is like crazy difficult, folks. You guys have no idea. Keeping track of everything that's going on. And I still haven't finished this shot from an hour ago of this lemonade stuff. Who was it that reminded me to check the food? A bunch of you did. Thank you. Peter Coconut. Yeah. Bison. Okay, so it's a bison, right? The animal on the buffalo nickel with a big head that's like 3 times larger than it needs to be. That's a bison, right? Yeah, I'm sure they're great animals. They just look incredibly stupid to me. They look like something that shouldn't exist. I'm sorry. I look at them and I just want to laugh. I think part of it is their eyes. They don't have forward facing eyes. Their eyes are on the sides of their head. So you only see one eye at the time. And they hold their jaws slack, like, and their tongue is hanging out. And that's like their natural pose. And it's just a very bad look for that animal. I do love animals, though, guys. I love animals. I love all animals. You know, I'm just making fun of the way it looks. That's all. Yeah, the onions smell great. I'm going to enjoy that. I'm actually getting really hungry. I wouldn't put cooked onions in guac. I can't eat garlic anymore unless it's infused. Yeah, I disagree. I think cooked onions and garlic and guac is just like the bee's knees. I think it tastes amazing. Tastes amazing. All right, folks, let me finish this thing up. This is pink lemonade. I went down to Florida 2 summers ago. Well, last year, 2024. And I never made it to Key West. I really wanted to go to wherever that guy was. It not Warren Buffett, Jimmy Buffett. Doesn't he have like his own restaurant chain in Key West or something? I had meant to get to that and I never did. I kind of regret it. I'm gonna have to go back there. They're bison. Okay. So they are bison. The thing with the stupid looking head is a bison, not a buffalo. Now we know. It's because they are prey animals. That's why they look so dumb. Bison steaks are awesome. I'm not sure I've ever had one. I would like to though. I would like to. That sounds really good. They look like a very delicious animal. Yeah. I love animals though, just so you guys know. I love animals. It's okay to make fun of the way things look from time to time, you know. Kevin Wald is a good YouTuber too. I don't know who that is. Jimmy Buffett. Yes, that's who I was thinking of. Where are you today, Matt? I'm in a safe place in Western Massachusetts at my friend's driveway. Actually, the same place I did the Christmas Eve live stream. It's just, I felt like it was my best bet for wired internet. And they are being very good to me. The internet is performing excellently tonight. Excellently. I haven't seen anyone complain about the audio, about the video, about buffering, about lag. So I think everything is going great so far. I am very pleased with this, how it's going out. It's called Margaritaville. The Jimmy Buffett place, says Unknown Soldier. And there's one in Boston. Really? The Jimmy Buffett chain has a restaurant in Boston? Is that true? I want to go to that. I might do that next week. Next week, I'm going to hang out a bit with my metalhead friend Don, who I go to all the metal shows with. And we might do that first. We will see. I've also got a couple concerts coming up in 2026 I'm looking forward to. Nine Inch Nails, Sabaton, and a couple others I can't remember. I'm so looking forward to 2026, folks. The stream's working because nobody's downloading inside the house. Yeah, I'm not saying that full sentence, but that's... that mic is worth every bit of it. Yeah, this mic was a great idea, for sure. And a whole bunch of you gave me enough money to more than pay for it. So I'm very thankful for that. It's also a cool looking mic, is it not? I think it's called the Quadcast by HyperX. I had no idea it was like all a red and black thing until I opened it up and turned it on. But it's got a nice build quality to it. It's got it's got different modes where if there's someone sitting over there, you're supposed to like change the audio mode. I don't know. I'm sticking to this one audio mode where the red light at the top is facing me. It seems to be doing just fine. And I love this mute feature, even though I haven't used it except for accidentally. I'm just knowing that it's there and it works. That will be great. Go to Turtle Crawls in Key West. Good food, says Scooter Wisdom. Turtle Crawls. Yeah, I gotta go back to Key West for sure. I kind of regret not doing that. I didn't because I decided to spend a few days in Miami and I did not like Miami. I felt very claustrophobic. Miami is just like the most twisty, congested city on the face of the earth. All the parking lots are just like so twisty and windy, and you're turning everywhere all the time, and everyone's all crammed in. I don't know what it is about the city of Miami. It's just the video and the sound is perfect. That is awesome. Thanks, Jim. Thank you for letting me know. You know, I watched the Christmas Eve live stream like a few days later. Well, the next day. And the audio quality was so bad. I was kicking myself because it's not what I hear like here, you know. I think everything's fine, but it was not. So I'm glad I have that rectified. I like the live streaming. Like I said, in terms of YouTube comment, live streaming is very like it's low effort. It's a lot of work while you're talking and stuff. But afterwards, I'm just done. I don't have to edit all day. I don't have to sit there in a coffee shop for 2 hours while it's uploading. I don't have to add tags and thumbnails and links and codes and all of that stuff. It's very easy. I wish I started doing this sooner, but I am learning and having a great time with the live streaming. Margarita Boston is in Faneuil Hall, says J.R. Mason. Really? I gotta go to that. I might go to that with my buddy Don next week. I used to work at a consulting company right next to Faneuil Hall. I went there all the time. All the time. Only live streams now? Oh, no way. No way am I doing only live streams now. No, definitely. I'm still doing the videos. I think starting tomorrow, if I get my voice back, it will probably be gone in the morning. I'm just gonna go back to my old ways and start recording stuff. The way I do my YouTube is, like I said, I do like a little intro, usually when I get out of the gym, because that's when I have my runner's high, my sugar high. I do a little intro, that's why I have the banana sometimes. And then I just record everything I do for a couple of days, no idea, no big picture in mind, just record everything I do. And then at the end of 2 days, I do a little outro here on my bed where I try to like tie everything I did in the previous 48 hours together, tie a bow around it all, make sense of it all, and assign a title to it, which is actually really hard. But I feel like I've got it down to a bit of a science. It's been working for me for like over a year now. I'll just go back to doing that starting tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I met a guy who's a good friend in Faneuil Hall Marketplace years ago. Just weird how people come into your life. Yeah, I've met many people in Faneuil Hall. Faneuil Hall was a big part of my life. I spent many New Year's Eves in Faneuil Hall. Literally, my consulting company was at 148 State Street. PCG, it's called. It was right next to Faneuil Hall. I was in my early 20s. We all went to all the bars there after work all the time, even on the weekends. Boston is such a great city to live in your early 20s after you get out of college. Just amazing. Walkable, tons of like nightlife and cultural things to do, museums. Boston is so underrated. The thing is, it's actually quite small, and you outgrow it after like 5 to 10 years, and you want to move to a bigger city like New York or Chicago or something, which is what most people do, I think. Yeah, Faneuil Hall's really cool. Boston is just an amazing city. If you all have never made it to Boston, you need to get to Boston. It's the best city in America, for sure. I'm a little biased as a Massachusetts, but it has a character you will not find anywhere else in the United States. Beautiful. Don't know if anyone covered this, but you should get a lapel mic for when you're driving. I have a lapel mic. It's just a lot to set up and a lot to do. And as for the road noise, I forgot to cover this in my news way back at 8:20. I'm missing stuff, folks. I have big news next week on the 6th, which is like in less than a week, actually. I think I will be getting the road noise fixed. I'm taking this van to Watertown Ford, the one dealership who has fixed every problem I've ever had reliably. And I told them I have this horrible road noise when I'm driving, and also a little bit of vibration in the pedal. I can feel my foot. Not just the brake, but the brake and the accelerator, just things vibrating down there. And I told them, just look at everything, whatever you need to do. I don't know if it's the wheel bearings, if it's a misalignment, if it's the tire tread. I don't think it's the tire tread, because I have the same tires now that I had years ago, these Wild Peak AT4Ws, and I don't remember ever being this much road noise. So they're going to have it all day. I'm going to pack a suitcase just in case they need to have it overnight. I'm prepared for that, whatever it takes. And I'm going to get that road noise fixed by God. I'm going to get it taken care of. I don't want to hear that anymore. I remember when I first got this van, it being pretty quiet, like a car when you drove it. I want to get it back to that. So the road noise issue might be fixed by the end of next week. That would be amazing. That's like my biggest news, honestly, in terms of like van stuff. Because everything else in the van is great right now. I have the leak, but that's minor. Yeah, thing about van life, there's always a problem. There's always something. Either something you built or some insurance thing or something mechanically with the van. There is always a problem, folks. I've said it before many times. I think 3 weeks is the longest I've ever gone where I have no problems with the van. 3 weeks. I bought this van new. I paid a pretty penny to get a new vehicle just to not have to deal with mechanical problems. And yeah, that didn't really work out. Folks, new vehicles have problems all the time, all the time. New vehicles have electrical gremlins, growing pains. I got this in 2021. It was after a major redesign of the Ford Transit. Kind of like a new model year for it, really. Like the first year with all-wheel drive, they rebuilt the electrical powertrain, they rebuilt the drivetrain, and a lot of it was pretty buggy, I gotta tell you. But you adapt, you fix things one at a time. The biggest thing I'm worried about is rust, because once that starts settling in, it's just like fighting the tide. You'll be fighting that, and I'm trying to do that. Is that vibration coming from cupped tires, says Peter? I don't think so. I've gotten out there, I checked the tire pressure. It doesn't look like anything is wrong with that. But maybe they're going to look at it. I told them look at everything and find out what's wrong. One reason I take it to this dealership is they know who I am now. They know my YouTube channel, and some of them are kind of fans. So I feel like I have people on my side. Finally, people with a vested interest in the van, taking care of it. It's hard to find a good auto dealership. If you have a van, which is a tall vehicle, first of all, you need a auto mechanic with a high bay, a lift that can lift your vehicle up. And a lot of them, that weeds out like the majority of auto mechanic shops. They can only lift small cars. And then you want one with like a good reputation who will take on your van, who's familiar with your model and stuff. That weeds it out even fewer. And then last but not least, you want a mechanic with a good reputation. They can handle your car, they have a high bay, and they have a good reputation. Folks, getting mechanics like that to look at your van is like, they could be booked 6 months out in advance. The demand is so high. It is so hard finding a good mechanic. A lot of people say, why do I keep going back to the Ford dealership even though I'm out of warranty now? Yeah, labor rates are $200 an hour for a truck at the Ford dealership, and they're pretty much the same at private mechanic shops now. The labor cost is pretty much all the same. So I don't think I would be saving that much money finding a non-Ford mechanic. And they're just reliable, they can book it. I know they will take it. I know they will fix it within a day. Yeah, so I'm pretty loyal to Watertown Ford. Watertown Ford, if you're watching, thanks for hooking me up. They also don't mind me stealth camping in their lot from time to time, which I have done. I've done videos about that. Never run into a problem. Oh, I feel like I am missing a lot. What is going on? The simpler the machine, the fewer ways it can break. True to that. True to that. If I were to not live in a vehicle, just have like a weekend warrior mobile, I would just have a massive power station. And that's all my electrical problems right there. I would not build all this crap out at all. I would keep it very simple. The more complex stuff, you can have more options stuff. It's just more points of failure down the road. So simpler is definitely better. But when you're living in a van and you need to store all your stuff in it, yeah, it's not, this isn't a weekend warrior mobile. So you can't have it that simple. It has to be a certain level of complicated to just meet the needs that I have for it in my lifestyle. Happy New Year. You're doing great. 10:44. It's time for another toast, folks. I'm going to do one of those pink lemonade Jimmy Buffett things. And I want my toast to be positive. I think my last toast was for changing jobs. This toast is for, well, doing live streams, figuring out a new way to connect to my audience, to reach out to you, to take my YouTube to the next level. And it definitely has. This has definitely been a great thing. I've just been fearing live streams for so long. So, a toast to me stepping outside of my comfort zone, doing live streams, talking to you all like this. You know, too bad Chrome doesn't have a sister shop on the East Coast. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I think I've mentioned before, I never watch Vanlife channels anymore. I haven't in years. I did just watch one of his latest videos. I think his van looks amazing. Amazing. I built out my van myself. He's not doing that. He's paying people to build out his van. So, I'm not sure why he has a shop, but it's coming out so good. I love his rap too. It's so bold and awesome. I think it's just amazing. I love that man. I think he's great. So, this toast is to live streams and big, bold, beautiful raps in Chrome's van and just standing out, all that stuff. Yeah. Ooh, wow. Pink lemonade. It's got palm trees on it. Yeah, one fun thing about building out a van, even if it's just like a weekend mobile, do your own style, It's your own vehicle. Make it your own. I don't relate to all these vans where it's just like gray walls and all wood tones and all this bland white light. It's like every other van I see. It's just so bland. I'm not that type of person, in case you noticed. I like bold colors, I like bright contrasts, and I'm very happy with how my van has turned out. I love it inside. I go back to my van tour video that I did early at the beginning of this summer, which I think is my most successful video right now. And I read comments from time to time, and every now and then there's the same comments, people saying, "Are you colorblind? Red and black would make me want to blow my brains out." I'm like, really? I don't think so. In dim light like this, I find the red just so relaxing. The subtle warmth of it. I find cold colors like blue and green just very cold and just like lifeless. And just white and gray just has no personality at all. I love the red. I love orange. I love warm lights, warm colors. Hold on a bit, folks. I'm getting a bit stuffy. Yeah, so I think the thesis I was saying is one fun thing about van life is just building out a house all in your own style. No HOA telling you what to do. You get to decide where you want to put stuff. It's like building out a fort. If you ever did that as a kid, it's just the best thing ever. Let me wet my whistle. See what y'all are saying, because I feel like I just blabbed for a while. The red is the best light for you. Yeah, that's what Zaza says. That red light is just very, very, very therapeutic. I've been doing the red light, folks, before red light was even a fad. My old apartment was all red and black too. My beautiful apartment, just like this. Scooter close to 200K. What are we talking about? Chrome's van. Yeah, his Sprinter, probably with all the options he's put on it, is over 100K. And in terms of like all the stuff, like the Rixon hydronic heating system alone is 10 grand. I know he's doing one of those. I wouldn't be surprised if he's put like 60 to 70 grand of hardware in his van, Chrome, at this point. And what, like 200 hours of shop time? Yeah. I don't know how he's paying for it all. I don't know. It's funny. He started his van life because he was heavily in debt. I hope he doesn't end it the same way. But I love Chrome's van. I think he's doing an amazing job. It looks great. I love the wrap. I love that he's not afraid to do bold things. The color scheme reminds me of the 1970s Frank Reynolds. You talking about my color scheme or Chrome's color scheme? Yeah, well, the 1970s were a beautiful decade. I'm fine with that. The decade of disco. I love the 70s. Weirdos unite. Yeah, for sure. Weirdos unite. You have to be a little bit weird to live in a vehicle. I think that's something we don't talk about enough. That no, I'm trying to normalize this lifestyle as an alternative for people who just can never get ahead, who want to own a home, but just you can't save up enough money. In Massachusetts, the average home price now is like $900,000. It's something a single person like me could never afford. And living in a van provides an alternative solution to that. But still, it's risky, and I do encounter stigma from time to time. I've gotten more confident in just telling people I live in a van, like telling strangers I strike up a rapport with. But from time to time, I get like dirty looks about it. And I get comments in YouTube and stuff saying I'm a bum. Like I had a comment the other day on one of my videos. A guy said, "You need to get a job, dude," or something like that. Like, I have a job. Like, are you serious? Just because I live in a van, you think I don't have a job? I am working. Yeah. So you have to be a bit of a weirdo to live in a vehicle at this point. I hope that doesn't stay that way forever because I think this is the future. I think living in a vehicle is totally doable. The government just needs to be more tolerant towards it. You know what I mean? The biggest obstacles I continue to encounter are about like government bureaucracy, address, being able to register your vehicle and how you register it, insurance and stuff, like artificial obstacles. Finding places to sleep and stuff is just academic. I can do that all the time. But just the obstacles, the bureaucratic obstacles towards van life continue to be the bane of my existence. York, PA, checking in. York, PA, one of my favorite bands, Live, is from there. Interesting story. Ed Kowalczyk, the lead singer of Live, married the sister of one of my friends in school. Yeah, Sean Broderick, his sister. He married his sister. They lived down the Housatonic River a little bit, actually, in Connecticut. Ed Kowalczyk, I think. People are saying something. I think there might be drama. I don't know. I didn't mean that in a negative light, Frank. The 70s. Oh, yeah. 70s. No, the 70s are great. I love the entire aesthetic of the 70s. Every decade has its own beauty to it. I feel like I'm the last pre-internet decade, born in 1980. I remember what the world was like before the internet. Very different world. I think the internet is going to be remembered like the car or the printing press or like stone tools. Humanity was so different before and has never been the same since. And I'm the last decade. The 80s was the last decade before we were corrupted by the internet. Changed everything. Why am I talking about this? I have no idea. Let's do another shot while I read. Love your van, so womb-like the rose print breaks it up, says Amy Hasselbrock. I agree. I got the rose print as a tribute to Depeche Mode. Their Violator album, the cover was rose prints. I love it. My van is super cozy. I'm glad y'all can see that just from like my video position and stuff. You see why I love this lifestyle so much. This is cozier than any apartment I've ever had, any hotel room I've ever stayed in. I love it in here. I feel like I should be paid by a hotel if I'm not allowed to stay in here. I go to hotels, I just want to sleep in their parking lot. I don't want to stay in their rooms, you know what I mean? This is the coziest space I've ever had. I love it. And when I built out my van, I talked about this in my van build. Let's talk about van build layouts and stuff for a second. The most common type of van build that I continue to see is with the bed lengthways across the back and a long trench down the middle. It goes right up to the driver, the cockpit. I call it the airplane layout. I hate that layout so much. For one thing, I don't know how people are so happy with having to climb into their bed, with having their bed be at like waist level when they're standing. I don't like that at all. It just makes me so uncomfortable. Makes the bed feel like this far out of reach place within your van. I don't like that. I like my beds low. My bed, I can just like sit on it like this. I also did not I tried very hard to avoid having a trench in my build. I wanted like a living room inside my van, and I feel like I achieved that with what I did right here. This is like my living room right here, you know? My kitchen. This isn't even the extended length medium the extended length transit, it's the medium length. Medium roof, medium length. And I've got everything in here, a shower. The only limitation I have is I have a single bed, a cot-sized bed, not a twin bed. Can only fit one body in here. I did briefly consider having a bigger bed in here, but then I realized that's probably a little too optimistic. You know what I mean? And I'm glad I did not put a bigger bed in here. I see some van life YouTubers who put like queen size beds in their little Class B in their little camper van. I'm like, are you serious? Like, that's such a waste of space. I don't get it. So, thank you to the commenter who said they thought my van looks very cozy. I need to hear that, you know? I think it's cozy too. I think it's super cozy. I don't think I'm colorblind. I don't think the red and black is harsh at all. I think it's amazing and I love it. My mobile red light district, yeah. Funny that you mentioned that. Who said that? Gozer the Gozorian. Red light district was the nickname for my old apartment in Alston because I had this beautiful top floor apartment right at the intersection of Harvard Ave and Com Ave, like right in the heart of Alston, which is like this happening hippie, like not hippie, but hipster district. Lots of restaurants and bars and stuff. And you could see my red glowing lights out the top floor of this apartment building. It became like a milestone, touchstone, whatever word I'm looking for, like a beacon for the neighborhood. And people in the neighborhood started calling it the red light district. And a nightclub down the street, a bar, started a night called the red light district because Great Scott, they were like on the ground floor of the same building I lived in. They made a night as a tribute to my apartment. They called it the red light district. So, yeah, now my van is the red light district. We all like different colors and flavors. Yeah. I would love to build out a van again and just like, I don't know, maybe do a completely different color scheme. I do love red and black, but there are a lot of great color schemes out there. I like purple a lot too. I think that's a great color. Matt is an engineer. Yeah, I went to school for electrical engineering. When you're older, other opinions don't matter. When you're older, other opinions don't matter. That is very true. Well, for me, I've always been immune to peer pressure. Other people's opinions have never really mattered. They didn't start mattering until I started getting YouTube comments. I want to talk about that briefly. Like YouTube comments, it's great. It's great to hear everyone's feedback, but it's like a double-edged sword with YouTube comments. Imagine every morning you had to read 100 strangers' opinions about everything you did the day before. Their opinion on it, what you should have done different, what he could have done better, like every day. once my YouTube started getting like more than 50 comments per video, I had to stop because it was starting to affect my mental health. I don't think it's healthy to be exposed to that kind of scrupulous scrutiny of your life. Just hearing feedback on everything you did the day before, like, yeah, is weird. You know, it's what peer pressure must feel like, and I didn't even feel it until like a couple of years ago. So I still read YouTube comments. I definitely do, but only from time to time. Definitely not every day. What I usually do is pop in once a week on like a Sunday morning or a time when I have some leisurely time, and I will read comments. I mostly read like the members' comments first, try to respond to those. And if I have time, I read the other stuff. So this is great. I can talk to you like directly during a live stream, address your stuff here. I feel like I'm missing a bunch of comments still. I'd like a loft bed because I'm tall. I mean, tall, that dictates the length of your bed, though. It shouldn't dictate having your bed way high off the ground. The thing about those airplane layout builds, like, their bed in the back is just, like, so high up. I don't wanna have to climb into a bed. I don't know, maybe it's just me. I feel like a bed is something you shouldn't have to climb into. It should be something you sink your body down onto, you know what I mean? I don't know. People have weird opinions about beds for some reason. I've met people who like to have their bed wicked up high like a cat perch or something. I'm not like that. I like my bed low on the ground. I wouldn't even have a box spring underneath it if it were up to me. I would just have a mattress on the floor. I do like the red lights. They're calming. They are so calming. Amy Soldier 3393 or whatever. Yes, they are calming. They are very calming. They're not. Red is actually kind of like a dark light. I can fall asleep to red. It's not too bright. It's just very soothing to me. There was an episode of Seinfeld where I think Kramer, some store across the street from Kramer's apartment, put up a big bright red light and it just shined into his apartment all day long and it drove him crazy. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I was like, I would love to have red light shining in my apartment all day long. So once I was finally old enough and able to get my own apartment, the first thing I did was put up red lights everywhere. I love it. Maryland's doing some fireworks tonight. I'm sure they are. I'm sure Boston's doing some fireworks. Oh my God, it's 11:02 p.m., folks. 11:02 p.m. That is crazy. All right, I feel like I need to read some of these comments. I've been talking a lot. So disappointed, no pretzels. They are coming a passage of time. They are like the last thing in the evening, though. They will make me so thirsty. Speaking of thirsty, I gotta hydrate for a bit, folks. Hold on a sec. Matt sleeps on the floor. Yeah, I do. I love sleeping on the floor. It's great. My floor gets warm. That's where my hot air blowers are, too. It's like camping. When I first got the van, I didn't have my windows covered or anything. I slept on the floor out of necessity so I wouldn't be seen by people walking by the windows. So I have a certain nostalgia for sleeping on the floor. It reminds me of my first year living in the van. You need a P polar red. Yeah, I will soon, but I'm holding it for now. I can't imagine how hard it is reading some of the comments. The encouragement is great. Enjoying the unique approach. Nora K. Allen. Yeah, it is hard reading the comments. I'm trying to like engage and like get lost in a story and tell something cohesive. Because I know a lot of people are watching at home on TVs or something, aren't reading the comments, just listening to what I say. So I'm trying to be coherent, but I feel like I'm missing a lot. These live streams, I'm telling you, I need a helper. This is just too much keeping up with all of this. I love the red and black. So is San Francisco tonight. I have no idea what people are talking about. Great shout out to Seinfeld. There's a chicken restaurant with a red light, says Janet Tobin. Yes, it was a chicken restaurant with a red light. I love that red light. I love that episode. I love that show. The floor is hot. Yeah, also, like I said, it's where my hot air vents are. I can just like make a cocoon of hot air. Plus, sleeping on the floor is fun in here. It's like camping within camping when I sleep on the floor in here. You know what I mean? It's fun. Yeah, I have missed so many comments. I'm going to have to come back and read all of this stuff. What is the coldest night you've ever spent in the van? Pat Ryan, that was my first winter. My first winter in the van, I had gotten like my battery bank and electronics crudely set up, but I had no idea how to calibrate a battery monitor. Something that's much harder than you think. You set up a battery bank, you get these battery monitors by like Victron or something. It's not like you just like install it and it instantly knows the state of charge of your battery bank. You have to manually set it. And it's like trial and error. So I had vastly overestimated the state of charge of my battery bank when I first had it calibrated. I thought I had something like 40% battery life left on the coldest day of winter in January 2022. Nope, apparently my battery bank was dead. I woke up at 3 in the morning. It was -2 degrees Fahrenheit outside, hearing this weird chirping sound I've never heard before. It was my low voltage alarm on my battery monitor, on my battery bank. I put my hand down to where my Esperbacher vents are. It was blowing cold air in my van. Temperature was dropping dramatically. Yeah, my battery bank had died. It was not generating enough voltage to operate my heater system. And back then, I did not have a little buddy. I did not have any backup heat whatsoever. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I had to jump in the cockpit, in the driver's seat, turn the engine on, and idled the van for the rest of the night. And I barely slept. Maybe I slept a little bit, but I kept the van idling and was completely dependent on the factory heat coming out of the van. Idled it for like 7 hours. That was the coldest I've ever been in my entire life. I was so scared. It was after that that I realized I need a secondary source of heat, something not electricity based. And that's when I got the little buddy heater. But yeah, I've had many cold nights. I live in fear of cold after that experience. Now I have a plan B, I have a plan C, I have a plan D for getting heat in case my Esperbacher ever were to die in the middle of the night. That's my biggest fear. Yeah, I've had many cold nights in here, and I don't have much body fat on my body. I get cold very easily. Like, it gets down to 65 degrees, and I start shivering. I swear to God. I swear to God. Ask Zaza. I'm sure she's in the chat. I get cold very, very easily. Video suggestion. Can you do some city-related videos? Boston has so much history. Yeah. I'd love to explore the city, 1-5 Woody, when it's warmer. I don't like walking around when it's freezing ass cold and everything is frozen over. In the spring, I will do a lot more. I have not paid tribute to Boston enough, I think. I still have this shot left. Boston has a ton of cool stuff. I've not paid it the homage I feel like I should. Springtime Freedom Trail. Yeah, I don't know. I would love to get up to the top of the Bunker Hill Monument in Charlestown. The single best view of Boston, in my opinion, is from the top of the Bunker Hill Monument in Charlestown. If you're coming to Boston, come to visit, make sure you get there and bring your camera. It's just a spectacular view up there. My best performing video ever, or not video, photograph ever on Instagram was a shot from the top of the Bunker Hill Monument. And this time of year, like February or January, up until like early February, you can catch the sunset up from up there because they close it down at 5 and kick everyone out. So when the sun sets before 5, you can get spectacular views up there. That is on the Freedom Trail. Matt, eat my guac. I'm going to eat that after New Year's Eve, after the countdown, because the thing is, once I start eating, like my body just wants to go to sleep. Like it craps out. So I'm trying to last until then. It's 11:10, folks. Holy crap. 11:10. I've been talking for 3 hours and 10 minutes. Can you believe that? It is so close to New Year's Eve. What else is going on tonight? There's like the CNN Anderson Cooper. Did MTV just like die 2 days ago? I feel like I saw something like that on Reddit. Polar Red, Zaza, say hello to Matt. I'm sure Zaza and I will be doing more adventures in 2026 when it's warmer. Let's talk about goal setting. Yeah. For you or for me? My goal is to save money as much as possible. If you're going to be living in a van doing this, the reason should not be about freedom and like Instagram videos and stuff. It should be about money. You know, that's the number one reason to live like this. Saving money. Rent, mortgage, get rid of that stuff. Replace it with a car payment and gas. Way, way cheaper. Everything else is just a side quest. The freedom, the road trips and stuff. This is all about saving money. I am trying to save a certain amount of money. It took me 3 years to recuperate all the money I put into the van because buying a van and building out a van it can be expensive. It took me 3 years to break even, recover all that costs. I did a video about that. But for the past year and like 4 months, I've been stashing away money, folks. I have been saving so much money, thousands every month. And I'm trying to save $1 million. That's what I'm trying to do because I want to buy a castle. And I'm just working on that. Lawrence Martin 2797 $20. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the super chat, Lawrence. I'm 70 years old, he says, and I enjoy listening to you talk. I feel like I'm in your head. It's kind of like we're just friends hanging out. Thanks, man. Birds of a feather flock together, right? Isn't that what's happening tonight? You know? What is that old Christmas special? The Island of Broken Toys? You know what I mean? I feel like that's what we are. The Island of Misfit Toys. Learn how to trade equities. Yeah, I kind of do that. I'm basically throwing everything into VOO. You know, the S&P 500. And a fair amount into Exxon. If a good stock comes up, I will throw something at it. The way I paid for this van was through Tesla stock. When COVID started, the pandemic started, I only had $10,000 to my name. That's all the cash I had. It was my emergency fund account. And that was like in February 2020, March 2020. And I put that $10,000 into Tesla stock. I sold it like a year and a half later for 75 grand. That's how I paid for the van. Yeah. The stock market did me good. I'm not sure I would throw everything on one stock like that again. I feel like the COVID pandemic is one of those once in a lifetime things. So I'm much more cautious about how I invest now. I just stick to VOO. I stick to a good dividend stock. And that's pretty much it right now. If something comes up that I feel is a great investment, I will definitely go all in. But right now, I'm very happy with my 9 annual returns on the S&P 500. You know what I mean? Birds of a feather flock to birdseed. Yep. I love birdseed. A lot of people mocked me for buying birdseed at Tractor Supply. But I'm telling you, that was an amazing deal. I washed all the birdseed. You all realize that, right? I rinsed it and washed it first before I ate it. But there was like a mixture of like 13 grains. And it was like, I saved so much money on that. But yeah, everyone went crazy about the birdseed. Nose blow incoming. Yeah, I think because I'm dehydrated. Hold on a sec. Smart sticking with VOO. I agree. VOO is rock solid. Even after the 2008 crash, the stock market crash, VOO came back within a year and a half. It's a good, reliable thing. So yeah, I'm investing money. That's what Vanlife is all about for me. It's about saving money. If my old apartment, my old one-bedroom apartment in Alston, last I looked, which is like a year ago, was renting for $3,000 a month. I can't imagine paying that. If I'd be paying that, what little money I had after that, I'd be spending on road trips like I did for my entire 30s and 20s and have nothing left to put towards a house. Moving into the van was my way out of that. I was stuck. I was stuck in the cycle of not being able to save up enough money that like kept up with the increasing prices of houses. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't save enough to keep up with the growing price of houses. It took me until my late 30s to realize I'm like a sucker. I need to do something radically different if I ever want to own my own place. That's why I moved in the van. Bought the van and just moved the hell in, man. Yeah, I did what I had to do. A lot of people thought I was crazy. I lost some friends, but I kept some friends. My family, I have to say, was mostly supportive. My mother and my father and my siblings. They thought it was really cool. And I'm very thankful for that. Stephen Coffee, $20 super chat. Thank you very much, Stephen. You are so genuine and such relief. That seemed a trait lost in the past generation. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Like I said, when it comes to YouTube, my strategy is just to film everything I do and then upload it. Thinking up script or video ideas, I realized early on it's just not going to work. I just film everything I do, and you guys are watching it. That last pink lemonade is starting to get to me, folks. So hopefully I make it past midnight. I want to do that one last shot and do the countdown and taste that guac. I'm starting to get really hungry. 11:20. We've got 42 minutes to go here on the East Coast. How many siblings do you have, Matt? Says MCMC. Like I said, I come from a Brady Bunch family. There's me and one brother, full biological siblings. I have a step sibling who's like a brother to me. And then I have a half sister and 2 half brothers. So I come from a brood of 6, including half brothers, step brothers, all of that stuff. It's like yeah. I was very close to my brother growing up, but we just grew apart like after high school, unfortunately. Now I'm actually closest to my half sister, if you can believe it. Like she's like the social glue, pretty much, of my generation. Guac time, not yet. I will taste the guac after the countdown. Like I said, my body, I typically eat very late. I don't know when you all eat dinner. My like evening routine in the van is I'll get to my sleep spot. Normally I will do my outro, trying to tie a bow around the previous 48 hours. And then I transfer all the files onto the computer, which takes a while. I normally get like something going, change into pajamas or something. Maybe I'll shower if it's summer. And then I will edit on my laptop for like 2 hours until midnight or 11, maybe not midnight, like 11 p.m. And then I eat dinner. And then after I eat dinner, I'm so used to eating very late, like 11 p.m. My body knows it's time to go to bed right after. So 20 minutes after the food has settled, I pass right out. Pass right out. No drugs, no alcohol, no nothing like that. I just pass right out. My body goes right to sleep. So that's why I don't want to eat until like after the countdown. I want to get all this crap done first. I want to get this YouTube live stream done before I eat. But I will. That'll be the last thing I do after the countdown. Hoss7900, you a fan of FFDP? What is FFDP? Federal Financial Deposit. What is FFDP? I don't know what that is. I don't know. Yeah, I'm missing something. Matt, don't abandon us for days on end after the live stream. We missed your streams. Well, thank you, man. 145 Woody. After my last live stream on Christmas, that was the first day that I didn't record in, God, probably over a year, where I didn't record anything. Over a year. And I missed it. I missed it. I think the reason I did that was because I said at the end of that Christmas Eve live stream, I'm going to take some time off. And when I woke up the next morning, first of all, my voice was shot. But I was like, I need to follow through in that. I told people I'm going to take time off. They see me both post a video tomorrow. They're going to say, like, thought you were taking time off. So I didn't record at all on Christmas Day. And then the day after Christmas, I actually did start recording again. And I didn't do anything with that footage. Didn't do anything. I think the next day after that, I went up to see Zaza and I was like, ooh, I miss recording. It used to feel like work, but I miss doing this. So I started recording and I put that video out, which came out like yesterday, that interim video, trying to improve everything in here. And trust me, I missed recording. I do actually come to like it. I've become a machine at like recording and editing content. When I first started out, I was so daunted by the thought of like editing video. It just took forever to do. But I've become a machine and I do like it. So after this live stream tomorrow, I think I'm going to start recording tomorrow. After I get breakfast and settled and everything, I'm going to start again because it's a new year and I have a whole bunch new energy when the new year starts. So I will not disappear for another week. Again, I promise. Might take me a day or two. I'd like to have my videos out every other day or every like 3 days, I think is the pattern I'm settling into. I thank Zaza for that, for convincing me to do every 3 days. Little bit longer video every 3 days. I actually like that pattern a lot. It's worked well for me. Do I like Motley Crue? Yeah, I used to love Motley Crue. I saw him live once. Oh, Five Finger Death Punch, Evil Zipper. I've heard of them. I've just never seen it abbreviated. Are they touring next year? Let's go see that. I'll buy tickets if they are. Polar Red, as you're obviously a big fan of Nine Inch Nails, have you ever listened to Gary Newman? I sure have. And I've seen him live many times. Many, many times. Solo, opening for Nine Inch Nails, opening for Ministry. That was just a couple of years ago. I love Gary Newman. I got his autograph. Yeah, he's a character. He's like, I feel like he would be a van dweller, if he pursued a different career. I mean, he made a song about living in a car, right? Happy New Year, Matt. You rock, bro. Says Michael Roxas and 4Q. Thanks, man. You too. We're almost at the new year. Just a little bit over 30 minutes to go, folks. Oh my God, 2025 is almost coming to a close. This has been like my biggest year ever in my life. For real. I can't remember a more monumental year. Like, I got a new job. My YouTube has become like actually kind of significant in my life, from being a side hobby with a couple thousand subscribers to being like the main thing I'm doing in my free time now. And I've got like 500 people watching me on New Year's Eve, which is insane. I'm so thankful for that. I don't know how you all found me. I don't know why you all are watching some small YouTuber who lives in a vehicle on your New Year's Eve. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Newman on Seinfeld. Yeah, not that Newman. Gary Newman is a different Newman. Gary Newman is British. I hope you and Zaza are going here. Yeah, Zaza and I are like birds of a feather. We're like from the island of misfit toys. I'm sure we will have many more adventures in 2026. Drop 150. My friend's wife woke up today feeling normal and went on her day. Suddenly, she died of a stroke earlier today. Man, I am so sorry. I am very, very sorry. That's what happened to my dad. He had a stroke, and after that, he was never the same. Strokes are terrifying. Terrifying. They just come out of nowhere. They just come out of nowhere. I'm very sorry to hear that, man. 35 minutes to New Year's. Yeah, 34. We're almost there, folks. Almost there. Yeah, by the way, hit the like button, or the heart button or something. I'm sure all of that helps me with the engagement. And also, in every video I post, 2/3 of the viewers are casual viewers. People who watch my videos repeatedly, like on a regular basis, but don't actually hit the subscribe button. I don't like to be one of those guys that says smash the like button, hit subscribe, but if you can remember to do that, it helps me, helps me grow. Sometimes I feel like I should be doing all that stuff and I'd have a much bigger following than I have right now. I just don't like doing that stuff. I found you by looking for pretzel videos, A Passage of Time. Is that true? Have I ever done a video all about pretzels? Maybe I should. I would love to visit one of the pretzel factories in Pennsylvania, like Snyder's or Utz. That is a great idea for a video. Maybe I can get them to sponsor me. Can you believe that? I go through a bag of pretzels a day. That's like $5 a day. That is a great idea. Whoever suggested that. That is my 2026 New Year's resolution number 1. Find a pretzel sponsor. I'm going to write this down before I forget. Yeah, I got that idea from Chrome, Vanlife. One video he said if he wants something, he just finds a company that sells it, writes them, and like says, "Will you be my sponsor?" I don't know why I don't do that more often. Like, I could be a brand spokesperson for Dunkin' Donuts and be saving like $300 a month, more than $300 a month. You know what I mean? Snyder's Pretzel got shut down for real. Oh, that's too bad. Unique Pretzels are in Reading, PA. Okay, good to know. Unique and Utz, I think, are still in business, and they're both in PA. Matt, you seriously need to become a pretzel influencer. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm spending $5 a day on a bag of pretzels, which is $180 a month on pretzels. Imagine if I got like a pretzel sponsor and just like got all that for free. My God. I'd save more money than like the rent, That's one more aspect of my van life. Become a sponsor, become a spokesperson. I need to do that in 2026. I love pretzels. They do make you thirsty. I don't know when pretzels became a big part of my life. Way back in my teens, I just remember them being the last thing I graze upon, like late at night, and I fall asleep with the bag in my hand. I'm serious when I say the pretzels like just go into my mouth and my eyes are like rolling around like the bison in Yellowstone, like I'm lobotomized or something. I'm like in a coma. I love pretzels. Are there Amish pretzel companies? Yeah, I would do a whole pretzel themed video. I would absolutely do that. I do not like the chocolate covered pretzels. J.R. Mason, I'm sorry. I don't like my pretzels adulterated with like peanut butter or chocolate or other stuff. I just like them pure. I do like them dark though. I like them very dark. Bison eat pretzels? I don't know. I eat both of them though. Well, I've never had bison steak, but someone else mentioned it and said it's good, so I would try that. The pretzels at Trader Joe's are the best. The sticks that come in the green bag, I love those. Absolutely. Oh my god. It's 11:30, folks. It's only a half hour more of this year, 2025. Only 30 minutes left. Is there something in 2025 you didn't do that you are dying to do? Do it now. Tie up loose ends. Now's the time. I feel like this live stream is the loose end of 2025. And I'm about to tie it up. Oh no, video breaking up. No, what? Breaking up with what? I wish I were pregnant. Banana rice is new to me. Yeah. I started throwing a banana in the rice because I just kind of put two and two together. Banana has a great mouthfeel. I think it's like the perfect oiliness to it and has a very nice flavor that just is unlike anything else. Rice is just like dying to suck up flavor and oil from elsewhere. Rice is like brick. It's like a baseline. It's like a straw. It's meant to absorb other stuff, It's a foundation. It's not a flavor in and of itself. And one day I just threw the banana in the rice and it came out great. It makes it very creamy, very oily, so it's good for the mouthfeel, and it just has that great banana flavor. I love the banana flavor. I don't know what to say. It's just very unique. Video is breaking up. Oh my god. Is the video quality breaking up? Is the audio breaking up? Is it the video? How is it? Let me know in the comments. I can't tell. I hope it's still doing good. I feel like we've had a great run so far. All right. Glow Loose says it's okay. People are saying it's okay. All right. Thank God. Oh my God. I would hate for this video to break up like just before midnight, That's like it's like tripping just before you get to the finish line in a marathon. I've seen videos of that. Have you guys seen the YouTube videos of people like celebrating before they get to the finish line? I really want this video to just stumble. I want to get past midnight. For the Christmas Eve live stream, I did 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I would like to do that for this. I would like to get past midnight. I want to do the countdown big time. Like I said, the countdown, I don't have a countdown clock here. There's probably a delay between my time and when you're seeing my video just through the latency. So when I see the clock turn 12 on my laptop here, I'm going to start the countdown. It might be like, I don't know, T minus 5 seconds at your end. So it's not going to be the same, but I'm just going to do my own countdown. That's what I'm going to do. That is my plan for midnight, which is a little over 20 minutes away, folks. We are getting there. All right, people are saying the audio is great. Thank God. People are saying the video is great. Thank God. MC, any fireworks? No, I'm not lighting fireworks inside my van. If that's what you need, if that's what you're talking about. Are there fireworks near me? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm kind of like in the boonies right now. Yeah. Trolls, Tony 1960. Are there trolls in here? I still don't have any moderators. I need help managing these things. Is someone spamming? Is someone trolling? I have missed so much. Is someone saying something stupid in the chat? I miss it. I'm sorry. Ignorance is bliss, honestly. Yeah. I hope the next time I do the live stream, and I will be doing another live stream, I've come to like this. I need a person with me. Maybe Zaza, maybe like I'll designate a person, but I need help managing all this. Very hard to talk. You know what's also hard? Like my instinct is to look at my computer monitor over here so I can not only see the comments but see myself. But I know that's the lens right there. Which one is it? Is it this one? This one. That lens, that's where I need to look. That is very hard to do, folks. This is like looking at the camera is something it took me a while to get used to. When I was doing like selfies, with the video, I would always just look at the video itself and not at the little green dot. The iPhones put a little green dot right next to the lens, a little green LED, in case you never noticed. It's for live streamers like me, people recording to tell you where your eyes to look. Yeah, I haven't seen any trolls either. I am trying to take a peek at the chat from time to time, and I have not seen any funny business, thank God. I see someone mentioning Trump and stuff. I don't know that's all about. I use ground bison to make Buffy burgers. B Skeen 1859. You were big on the ground bison, B Skeen 1859. You're tempting me. I want to try it out. I actually had an ex-girlfriend who worked in Boston at a place called Saviner's, which deals in all these exotic meats. It's the same place that, what was that, Julia Childs? She got all of her stuff from Saviner's for a TV show. Yeah, I had an ex who worked there, and every now and then she'd bring home these weird meats. I've eaten alligator. I've eaten lion. I have no idea why they had lion's meat. They had lion's meat one time. I've eaten ostrich, alpaca, like all sorts of stuff from Saviner's, but I've never had bison. Never, ever had bison. I'm curious. Does it taste gamey? Is it like steak, but like kind of gamey, like goose or something like that? A lot of people saying bison is great. I gotta try bison. I'm glad they taste great because they sure as hell look like stupid animals. I'm sorry. They look like the most lobotomized, stupid thing. Their head is just too big for their body. My live streams on Christmas Eve and tonight have been awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you for watching both. I had no idea how this was going to come out. My concern has mostly been about all the technical stuff. I'm a perfectionist. I want to make sure everything is working correctly. Alligator was gamey. I don't remember that. I remember alligator just being kind of like bland and not having much flavor. I don't remember it tasting gamey. I have no idea what part of the alligator I ate. So, does alligator have like white meat and dark meat? I have no idea. Change your speed comments to slow hog 27. They are. I did. I have the slow button ticked for this chat. So this is what slow looks like, I guess. It is slower than it was last time. So you should try a different fruit or veggie per episode. Yeah, my goal is not to like advertise fruits. It's to satisfy my palate, and I like bananas. Sorry. Alligator bites were gritty. Yeah, I don't remember that. It's been a while since I had alligator. You can get it from time to time. A lot of people giving praise to the bison, including one of my members, user YJ4JK2C, says bison is the best. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try bison. You guys have me completely cooked on it right now. I'm gonna go back to Savner's. I will be going back to Boston probably early next week. I had to bring my van in on Tuesday to Watertown Ford, and I'll probably be in Boston on like Wednesday, Thursday. Stay there as long as I feel like. One good thing about Boston in the winter, it's always like 10 degrees warmer than it is out in the mountains in the Appalachians. So I typically spend more time in Boston during the winter. Vangelodger, $10. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Vangelodger, I think you gave me another one earlier tonight. You were the best, man. I have the same magnetic security cameras as you. I'm considering hardwiring them with a long USB-C cable. Think that's crazy? No, actually, that's exactly what I'm considering doing. That's exactly what I'm considering doing. My only worry about that is the actual USB-C like connection outside. I'm worried about it popping out of the thing. You know what I mean? But a little USB-C wire, you can just run through the panel gap in a door and close the door. Don't need to drill any holes in the roof or any of that nonsense. But yeah, I might do that because aside from the not charging up well enough, those magnetic security cameras are the bomb. They are awesome. They are the bee's knees. I just wish they had bigger solar panels on them or something and gathered charge more. Janae2305, $3. Thank you very much, Janae. Thanks for the super chat. Great catch up. Thanks from Port Macquarie, Australia. Wow. Is that on the west or east coast of Australia? Really curious. Australia's a big continent, you know? It's like the size of the US. I've got a bunch of people from Australia. What is van life like in Australia? Is there a lot of people doing it over there? I have no idea. Curious how you Aussies found my channel. By the way, my Ford Transit, the Google Maps, controls, it's stuck in an Australian accent. I have no idea why. I have not been able to change it for years. Always watch New Year's Eve CNN, but I stayed with you tonight. Well, thank you very much, Andy. Thank you. I'm glad you stayed with me. I hope you stay with me for 18 more minutes. We are so close to midnight. And 11:42, it's time for my last shot of the evening. Hold on, guys. This is one of those limoncello things. Nice summery vibe. Very tasty. I like the taste of lemon. One last toast of the evening. I want to dedicate this toast to all the Australians. Janai2305. There's been like a dozen people from Australia tonight watching this. I'm toasting you because it's already 2026. You've already had your New Year's Eve and you decided to watch my channel. Thank you so much. That is cool as hell. So this, my last toast, my last drink of 2025, dedicated to all my Australian followers. Thank you. Awesome. I would love to make it to Australia. I was really into InXS for a while. Hazmat Link. Matt, is your van the medium roof? Yes, it is. My van is the medium roof. I am 5'7". I have like 1 inch of headroom at the center of my van. All my insulation is probably like combined the floor and the ceiling like 2 inches. I did not make it that thick. So if you're, I would say, 5'8" or shorter, get the medium roof. With vehicles like this, you want the lowest roof you can possibly get, because there are some crazy low clearance bridges out there in the wild, and they are scary. And the lower the roof, the lower center of mass you have, the more stable your vehicle is, especially when turning and stuff. So yes, I have the medium roof. I'm 5'7". I recommend it if you're 5'9" or shorter. I do recommend getting a van you can stand up in, though. I can never go back to living in a van I would have to like kneel down in. I don't know how Chrome was able to live in that low rise van for so many years. Changing while sitting down is the worst thing ever. So uncomfortable. Peeing while sitting down as a man is also terrible. After this, I car camped in every type of car you can imagine for like 15 years. I've done it all. Once I got a vehicle I could stand up in, I realized there's no going back. No going back. I love being able to stand up in here. It completely changes the feel of van life. It feels like a house. It feels like a place you can really live and stretch out, So, yeah. 15 minutes to go, folks, until the countdown. Oh, I need to mute the blow. Okay. I will mute and then blow my nose. Can you hear me now? It's red. I hope you can. There you go. Sorry. Was I blowing my nose right into the microphone? I'm sorry, folks. I've had 3 shots of lemon whatever, and it's getting to me, I'm 6'2" and bought a high roof. Good for you. Yeah, you definitely want a high roof if you're 6'2". Even if you can't fully stand, just being able to stand like... You can kind of stand with your legs spread like this, and it's still very comfortable, and you can shave like 3 or 4 inches off your height. If you can do that, get away with that. What you don't want to do is just be like changing into clothes down on your knees. It is the worst. Oh my God, I never want to do that again. I never want to do that again. Yes, that's better. Are you saying it's better that I muted while I was blowing my nose? Sorry, I didn't do that before, folks. I ran into Chrome in Nova Scotia. I'd love to meet Chrome someday. My mother lives in Vancouver. I need to go back there. I need to visit her. Yeah. What if you get a tall girlfriend in the van? Yeah, the thing about relationships, like I said, my bed is only fit for like one person. It's very small. So when it comes to relationships and van life, date someone who has a house, pretty much, or get hotels or just stay at her place. That's how I've dealt with relationships and being in the van. Date someone who has a house. A van no taller than a bison. Yeah. Well, you want it taller than that. Bisons are pretty freaking big. The stupid bison was right on the trail and it would not move. I think I asked for it to move. It's just like, Have you ever considered a second channel for B-roll, gag reel, behind the scenes? I have not, just because my time is spread so thin right now. I don't have time. People have recommended I start like TikToks and other stuff, second channels, and folks, I don't have the time for any new social media whatsoever. My inbox for Under the Radar Van is destroyed. There's like hundreds of unread emails. I don't have the time. If I didn't have the 9-to-5 day job, I would be able to do all this stuff because I love the social media aspect of it. I just don't have the time. So no, unfortunately, Not going to be starting a second YouTube channel anytime soon. What I have thought about doing is doing like van tours from time to time. Like tours of other people's vans that I meet here and there. I'm not sure if that's... The YouTube algorithm seems to like that stuff. You put the word tour, like van tour, in your title, and the video just takes off. But I don't know. It's not my style. Right now, I'm just doing what I know, which is recording my daily activities and posting it every 48 hours. I'll ride that until it stops working. 10 minutes left, folks, until 2026. 10 minutes. My nose is all stuffy all of a sudden. Hold on. Yeah, not sure why my nose is so stuffy. I can't believe I've made it this far. 10 minutes until our countdown. I can taste that guac. By the way, what I'm going to be eating with a guac... a healthy alternative, not pretzels, not something that will make me very thirsty, but some carrots. So, a nice healthy snack to bring in 2026. That guac smells so good. Oh my god. What is it about sauteing onions and garlic that just smells like crack? It smells so good. Like I said before, though, you smell like onions and garlic in people's breath. It's the most disgusting thing ever. But you smell it coming from a pan. It's just like so good. Lol, polar, horizontally, doesn't matter. Yeah, I have no idea what people are talking about. People are talking about... Someone is posting a picture of a bison. There's actually an emoji of a bison. Can you believe that? In the YouTube chat. I had no idea. That is pretty cool. Sorry, I called them stupid looking. It was just this one bison. It must have been like special needs bison or something. You can do a tour of my van in Concord if you want. Vanlife, Concord, Mass, or Concord, New Hampshire? Vanlife. Where are you based? Are you in Concord, Mass? Surprised I haven't run into you. If that's the case, I'm in Concord all the time. Yes, carrots and guacamole for sure. Absolutely. That's going to be what I'm doing. I will get to the pretzels after the YouTube shuts down. Pretzels is, like I said, I space out when I'm eating it. My eyes roll into the back of my head, and I go into this like stupor. So I can't be doing YouTube while I'm eating pretzels. It's a buffalo. They don't have bison. All right. Are we still undecided if it's a buffalo or a bison? So the thing on the buffalo nickel is a bison, right? Done cooking. Close the vent. Thank you, man. Oh my god. No wonder it's so cold in here. Oh my god. I was thinking. Yeah, it's 64 degrees. It dropped like 5 degrees. I had that stupid vent open. Who was that? I'm going to give you a shout out. Who said close the vent? JR Mason, man, you are the man. I wish I could give you a reverse super chat. Thank you for telling me to close the vent. I could have left that open all night long. I'm just so distracted right now. And we're only 6.5 minutes until midnight. Wow, that is crazy. That is crazy. Vanlife, you're in Concord, Mass. A gray Dodge Caravan. All right, we're going to have to meet up, Vanlife. I'll try to connect with you. I go to Concord all the time. My grandmother is buried at Sleepy Hollow Cemetery. My family's from Concord. It's amazing meeting these other van dwellers from like Massachusetts and stuff. Because when I started my YouTube, I felt like there was no one out here. I was all alone. All alone. I couldn't connect with anyone, and now I'm meeting people. Oh my god, I'm gonna get sick. I hope I don't get sick. I really don't want to be sick. I don't think I really got sick in 2025. I should do a toast to me not really getting sick in 2025. I still have half of this thing to go, and we have 5 minutes to go, folks. 5 minutes to go until 2026. That is amazing. Vangelogic near Walden Pond. Cool. I love Walden Pond. Been there many, many times. Would I consider a van meetup in Michigan? That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Yeah, I would consider that. I would absolutely consider that. I would just need to, if I do a van meetup, one thing I would not do is book a campground like under my name and my credit card and have everyone come to this campground, because I don't want to be financially responsible for everyone who's there. You know what I mean? So if I do a meetup somewhere, there has to be either a park or a business lending us their lot, like themselves, you know, not like all on my credit card or something, all on my account. That's the only reason I'm afraid of like hosting meetups. I actually hosted a meetup for Reddit back in the mid 2000s. Reddit is a very popular website. I'm not sure how much you use it. It's like one of the 3 most popular websites nowadays. But back in the early days, the founders, they lived in Somerville. I knew them. We kind of hung out. And I organized this Reddit Boston meetup at this restaurant, Tavern in the Square in Central Square in like 2005 or something. Early days. Maybe about 19 people came. First time I organized something, like 7 people skipped out on their bill, including, I suspect, the founder of Reddit himself, who was one of the guests, and the guy behind the XKCD comic. I think his name was Randall. Well, I think he paid, but a bunch of people skipped out. I had to like fork up hundreds of dollars of my own cash because I organized the thing. So I'm very wary about organizing social meetups where there's like my credit card or something is organizing, you know what I mean? So yeah, if we do a meetup, I'd love to do that. It just can't be all on me, you know, financially responsible. Folks, 2.5 minutes until midnight. Can you believe that? Wash your hands frequently because I'm blowing my nose. Yeah, I will do that. Reddit is not a good place. Yeah, it used to be, but now it's just awful like everything else in the internet. Just people fighting and bots. Awful. Most of the internet is hard to take nowadays. That is crazy. 482 people are going to ring in the new year with me, I think. I hope you all stay on. It's been pretty consistently around 500 people all night long, which blows my mind. Like, I set up the thumbnails for these live streams, and I think only like 26 people hit the like button this time and last time. So I was like, all right, I'll expect around like 30 people coming and going throughout the night. But I've had 500 people on all night long for 4 hours straight. And my channel is not a big channel at all. At all. So I'm so thankful to you guys. I don't know why you're hanging out with me. You must be weird or something. I'm very thankful though. I'm very grateful for that. Frank Reynolds, good question. Did I fix the identity theft stuff? No. No. The identity theft stuff has been a nightmare. I have tried multiple times to file a police report about what happened. So, in case you missed it, someone set up a bank account in my name in Spain with my name, my social security number, and my address. And I only found out about it like a long time later. And the police have not been helpful. They told me I need to call this number. I need to do all this stuff, this like crisis hotline or something. And it's just been, they give you this laundry list of like 100 things you need to do, like freeze your credit reports, go to the bank. I went to Santander Bank and they said, no, I need to go to this special Santander outlet in like Springfield. So I took time off of work to go there and I told them what happened. Someone opened an account at their bank in my name. I have like screenshots of the emails and stuff. And they told me I need a lawyer. So if someone steals your identity, you're just like fucking screwed, pretty much. The police will not help you. You have to do all the police work yourself. You have to get a lawyer. So no, what I have done with the identity theft, I got that screwy bank account in Spain shut down, thankfully. Santander would confirm that with me. I froze my credit so no one can open a new line of credit, a new bank, take out a loan, do anything in my name, which I think is the most important thing. If this ever happens to you, oh my God. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, everyone. We did it. I was yapping about banks and stuff. I made it, folks. Oh my God. We made it. I was a little late in the countdown, but we did it. 12:01 now. Close enough. Close enough. Happy New Year, everyone. No, Happy New Year to you guys. Seriously. MCAR6099, Baby Hooligan, Natech 1776. My members, you guys are the bomb. All of you. Revo. Fireworks outside of Detroit. I want to spend July 4th in Detroit. I want to see the July 4th fireworks in Detroit. Happy New Year to all of you guys. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a pivotal year this has been. This has been like one of the best years of my life, honestly. 67 up and up. Happy New Year to Matt from here in Winchendon, just up the road from Lake Denison. I love Winchendon. Great bike trail there. Great abandoned factories and stuff. Winchendon is awesome. Thank you to you. Thank you, all my peeps from Chicago and Florida. The Australian crew of like 20 people from Australia here tonight. Thank you to you all. I did my second to last toast to you all. Thank you for all the Mass folks, the Northeast folks. There are some folks from Arizona, Texas. Mickey, Rizzo, you're from Texas. Frank Reynolds says he had his identity stolen. Friend identity stolen 20 years ago. Still getting, yeah, I believe it. You're screwed if you get your identity stolen. Rescue Dog Treats. Welcome, Radar. Thank you for becoming a member, Rescue Dog Treats. Thank you very much. Oh my God. I may have missed some of the super chats, in which case I'm very regretful. Tony 1960. Thank you so much. Maureen 14, Massachusetts. JR Mason, you've been commenting all night. Thank you. BD Many from Kentucky. I love Kentucky. Dukes of Hazzard, baby. Vanlife DJ from Miami. Listen, Miami's a cool as hell city. I will say. It's cool as hell. I will get back there. Me, Dia, Happy New Year. You too, man. Rescue Dog Treats. You're in Sacramento. Awesome. I got a job offer in Sacramento. Oh my God. Happy New Year's from Utah. Utah John. Utah John. Thank you, man. I will be getting back to Utah. Such a beautiful state you have. Oh my God. I can't keep up now. Palm Springs, California. I can never remember if Palm Springs is in California or Florida. There's like something else. Palm Beach. I get the two confused. Oh my God. Happy New Year from San Fran. Kong Mason. Yeah, awesome. San Fran. No, I'm sorry. Is it Kong Samson 13? I want to get all your names right. Pat Ryan 2222 from Florida. Awesome. A bunch of people from Florida. COZCCS Bangkok. Are you serious? You're from Bangkok, dude? That is amazing, man. How did you even get here? What time is it in Bangkok right now? Like noon? Jason Putel, Happy New Year from Phillipston, Mass. Awesome. My fellow Mass peeps in the house representing tonight for sure. Dan Yorland 7899. Happy New Year from Chicago. I will be getting back to Chicago, Dan. I promise. Dukes of Hazzard was in Georgia? No, it wasn't. Dukes of Hazzard was in Kentucky. Right? Someone else in the comments back me up on that. Dukes of Hazzard was in Kentucky, not Georgia. Happy New Year from Pennsylvania. Yeah, thank you all for helping me with my road trip. I wrote down like 30 things from the Great Lakes. A lot, most of them from Pennsylvania. There's a lot of you from there. I will be visiting a ton of that in 2026 on my road trip. I might screenshot this and like shout out your names when I do that video. I promise. I will pay you back in spades. Memphis, Tennessee, Cliff Gerlin. That is amazing. Beatty Mean Hazard County is in Kentucky. Isn't that where the Dukes of Hazzard was filmed? Hazard County, Kentucky? Is there still debate about this? Can someone please Google if Dukes of Hazzard was in Kentucky or Georgia? Scott Walker, Happy New Year from Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. I love Pigeon Forge. I told the Dollywood story last time. I met Dolly Parton at Dollywood. She's like this tall, and she has a massive sleeve tattoo you never see. Dolly Parton is amazing. Lots of people from Canada. All right, another person is saying Dukes of Hazzard was in Georgia. Wow, that's... All right. I could have sworn there's like a Dukes of Hazzard museum in Kentucky. Well, I've been wrong about Dukes of Hazzard my entire life, unfortunately. Dukes of Hazzard was Hazard County, Georgia. There's also a Hazard County, Kentucky. Well, there you go. There's the confusion. Yeah, props to Dolly Parton. I hope she lives a long life. Wow, quite a few people from like Kentucky and Tennessee. All right, well, I learned something new. My first memory of 2026 is learning that the Dukes of Hazzard took place in Hazard County, Georgia, not Hazard County, Kentucky. There you go. Next thing you know, I'll learn that WKRP was like in Cincinnati, Georgia or something, you know? Oh my God. Yeah, Happy New Year to you, Frank Reynolds. Thank you very much, man. You've been a follower for a long time. Dolly would absolutely fit in my van. She might even fit my bed. Maybe I'll... Yeah. All right, so someone quoted Wikipedia. Yeah, so I guess it's confirmed that Dukes of Hazzard took place in Georgia, not Kentucky. My childhood dreams are ruined. This is what happened with Cabela's. I always thought Cabela's was the name of the diner in Seinfeld. So to me, Cabela's was always like a neighborhood joint, like a hangout place. I didn't realize until this year, and maybe last year or this year, that Cabela's was not the diner in Seinfeld. It's actually a sporting goods store. But it's too late. For me, Cabela's is like a neighborhood joint where middle-aged Greek men go and play Keno and talk politics and drink coffee and stuff, you know. So That's a Cabela's to me. That's why I call places like that Cabela's. You know, that will always be Cabela's to me. And Dukes of Hazzard will always be Kentucky to me. I'm sorry, folks. I'm doubling down on that. The guacamole. All right, let's finish this up and see how that came out. All right, it's chilled enough that I think I can sit it on my lap. So, this is homemade guacamole. It's avocado paste, some sauteed diced onion, diced garlic, diced mixed green and red peppers, and there was something else in there. I want to say celery. I use celery salt as the only salt for this. And I'm just going to dip something non-salty in it. Some nice pretzels. Why is this bag so hard to open? This is one of those bags that has a Ziploc, but it still doesn't really open right. All right, let's see how this tastes. Essence of bison, as Will Coder would say. This definitely has essence of bison. This is delicious, folks. Oh my god. All right. I can't eat and talk at the same time, but I am definitely ready to have dinner. Let me swallow this. I just want to say thank you all so much for hanging out with me in this awesome evening. New Year's Eve 2025. I rang in the new year with 500 people. That's amazing. Some of y'all are in different time zones. I wish I could stay up with you. I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm about to call it a night. I've been talking for 4 hours and my voice is starting to go. I'm going to eat all that and pass the hell out. Thank you all for spending the night with me. Thank you for all of those who gave me super chats and stuff. You are the best. Yeah, it's this, the feed is still going and I'm not going to catch up. So thank you all. Everyone, have a great year. Like I said, 2026, step outside of your comfort zone. Do something new and different. Just put yourself before her and the words will come. Peace out. Now let's see if I can end this not awkwardly.